Welcome to One Shots, a Dum Dums and Dice podcast where professional voiceover actors and improvisers tackle one-shot stories created in a variety of hit RPGs. I'm your host, DJ One Shot, and I'm here to welcome you to Warhammer 40,000 Dark Heresy, the Genesys adaptation. This arc features our GM Tom McGee and players Ryan LaPlante, Tyler Hewitt, and Laura Elizabeth. What happens when the Dum-Dums are introduced to a grim darkness in the future where there is only war? Nobody knows cause it's One Shots! Warhammer 40,000 Dark Heresy Edition.
Hello, pals, and welcome to Shattered Hope, the 40K test run that we'll be doing here today. Thank you so much for joining us, amigos who are lurking in the shadows. I would ask that you keep yourselves muted and keep your webcams off, only because we are going to record the session for our Patreon pals who can't make it. And if you turn any of those things on, you will suddenly leap to life in the adventure, which sounds exciting, but is visually a mess because then it shifts everyone around, and it's a whole thing. We've learned so much from Zoom. But thank you so much for joining us. This is a real kind of peek behind the curtain to something we've done for both D&D and... Actually, I guess it was only D&D, where we just ran a sneaky one-shot. Oh no, I guess we ran one with Momo too. We've run a couple of these that are just us kind of like figuring out the bugs. So that's what we're doing here today. It's our first time playing Dark Heresy, and it's our first time doing it with Genesys. So thanks for coming along on the ride.
Tom, can you only see the four of us? Because I can see everybody on my screen.
That's because I have... So I can only see four. Ryan, cool. What you need to do then is go next to stop video. There's a little tiny arrow that says video settings.
Ooh, I'm
click
learning.
Video settings.
Ooh, I need to do that too.
Yeah.
And what do I do?
So if you go to video, it's the second one down from the top on the left.
Oh, hide non-video participants.
There you go, amigo.
Nailed it. But now I don't know who's here. This is a real...
I know.
real Gordian knot situation for me.
Well, the good news is I'm only recording my screen, so you can check anytime you want.
Yay! Friends.
It will be 100% distracting to me. I will lose my place constantly.
Indeed.
Like I always do.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I think we're all good then. You guys good? Anybody need anything before we dive in? Normally, if we're playing like at a table, I'd be like, anybody need some snacks or a bathroom break? You can still have the bathroom break. You just can't have the snacks.
Yeah. Eat your snacks in the bathroom like an adult.
Yeah. Everybody good?
Yeah. Freddie's being a bit of an a-hole tonight, so I'm not sure if he's like scratching at the door. I may have to just let him in.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
If I disappear for like
he won't be
seconds.
the only thing scratching at the door.
Huh?
Spooky mysteries, everybody. All right. Well, fuck it. Let's dive in then.
Sounds good.
In the grim darkness of the future, there is only war. But in some cases, there's also the things that happen after war. And there are messes to be cleaned up, and there are loose ends that need to be tied. And particularly when it comes to any of the pieces of the massive Imperial war machine, since there is unending war, the necessity to really tie these things up quickly is huge. And that pressure gets spread around. It gets spread around to planetary defense forces, local security, Imperial Guard regiments, all the way up the chain. But when things really go to shit and the forces of chaos begin to manifest in our reality, when they start to reach out of the warp to corrupt the minds of the faithful of the Imperium, it's time for the Inquisitors to step in. So the Inquisitors are the long arm of the Imperium of Man, which is the governing body of all of humanity, led by our beloved Emperor and his golden throne. And their job is to stomp out heresy as fast as they fucking can, because the greatest threat to Imperial might, forget about the aliens and the Xenos, they're around, they don't matter that much. What really matters is chaos. Chaos can corrupt even the most faithful and turn the Emperor's most loyal servant against him. as was the case during the Horus Heresy, which kicked off a lot of this shit. So, needless to say, these threats are taken very, very seriously, because the effects of chaos are far-reaching and mad. Which brings us to today, when an Imperial ship, making its way through warp space, received a communication, and it was a very brief, very clipped message, but all it said was, there are horrors in the mines. Help us. This message was relayed from psyker to psyker until it finally reached the ears it needed to in the Ordo Inquisitorium. The problem is, there were no Inquisitors in this sector. So, breaking all known protocols, as often is the case when dealing with the forces of chaos, the Inquisitors decided to send acolytes on their way to proper inquisitorial training to go and deal with this, at least to hold it off until the Inquisitors themselves could show up. Each of you has been chosen by the Inquisition because you have skills or passion or loyalty, insanity, some skill that they value in their ranks. And as a result, none of you are, it's not like this is your first rodeo, but you are in no way full Inquisitors, nor are you really prepared to deal with a chaos incursion. The hope is that this is just a Xeno threat. There's just aliens down there. It's not chaos. Everything's going to be fine. Unfortunately, the communication came from Sepphoris Secundus, a planet that is an absolutely vital part of the war economy. It's a mining planet that produces huge amounts of fuel and ore that help the Imperium. Laura and Tyler, as people who are a little less familiar with 40K, the interesting thing, sort of baseline for all of the technology we're going to be talking about and everything else for this world to keep in mind, is that the Imperium is in decline. Think Mos Eisley, when you first see something that isn't the Rebels or the Imperials in Star Wars, and it's just everything just feels rusty and broken, and almost like there was a nicer version of it a while ago, which incidentally the prequels gave us with all their shiny things. But the idea is that the Imperium runs on technology that they've lost access to. They can no longer build a lot of the things they're using. So what they are using needs to be kept in good condition. And if the ore and the fuel stop running, these things are going to rust out and break real fast. And that's completely unacceptable. Because it is the grim darkness of the future, and there is only war. Sepphoris Secundus is a vital planet to the Imperium. More importantly, the Inquisition has it in their records. Now, that's way above your pay grade. So they haven't told you why that matters or what they have in their records. But there's a reason that this seemingly innocuous call set off some red flags. And as a result, even though the three of you were en route to kind of formalize your folding into the inquisitorial fold, a lot of Inquisitors have like an entourage of like specialists. Often the idea is like, if I'm Sherlock Holmes, I have Dr. Watson, but I also want a machine gun guy and a shield. Like, basically, it's like an Overwatch team. I want to be in the middle of it, and I need all of the rest. Get me a cleric and a bunch of other people to round out the ranks. So you are all set to become those people. However, you've been waylaid. So you now find yourselves dropping through atmosphere in a small craft that rattles to your kind of vague alarm. Laura, you're Voidborn, which means that you grew up in space. So to you, there's a general discomfort about going planetside anytime. But particularly an instance like this, because as you understand it and as you've kind of grown up knowing, spaceships are built for space. They're not built for atmosphere. This is like anytime the Enterprise has to land on a planet and you're like, I don't think that works the way you think it does. I'm like,
Yeah,
don't worry, it has jump jets. I'm like,
feels real wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you find yourself gritting your teeth. You're a hard ass, and you've seen a lot of combat, but it's Indiana Jones with the snakes. There's just something real unsettling about this. Ryan, for you, this is not quite business as usual, but pretty close. Hive worlds are think just like the bad parts of Coruscant, if you're familiar with Star Wars, the things that Blade Runner kind of hints at. But if you imagine just like a city that started small and they just kept fucking stacking shit up, but in a non-technologically sound way until it's just essentially a massive, almost anthill of stacked cities that get increasingly gross the further down you go. It's all held together by duct tape and love, just like this craft. So it's uncomfortable, but it's home. And Tyler, I think for you, you're familiar with technology, certainly from your world. But again, I think on your way to this kind of acolyte initiation was probably your first time in space.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be returning back to terra firma, but the in-between part's pretty spooky. So you ignore the Imperial Guard, who are like the pilots who are managing the actual craft. You're in the back of the hold. A good way to think about this is like the ship's about the size of a Star Trek shuttle. So there's sort of benches and like essentially like minor living quarters behind you, but it's basically just like a minivan, big room, and then the pilots. So the pilots are bringing you in the planet as you break through the cloud cover of kind of swirling violet that covers the atmosphere. You break through, and the small craft is rocked as it's assaulted by harsh winds and snow. The viewport is immediately just covered on all sides. Visually, this ship looks a little bit like a Raptor from Battlestar, so kind of like it's not nothing in this universe is slick. Everything is very pointy. Everything is very gothic, and that's partially because religion plays such a huge role in the Imperium that everything is vaguely styled on like gothic architecture. So think like a Raptor by way of that. So the cockpit glass is just fucking slammed by snow and sleet. And the pilot just yells back like, "Oh, hang on back there, we're almost down." And the three of you kind of look to each other. You met a little while ago. You've actually done a couple of small operations en route. There was some trouble with some pirates a little bit of a ways back. So you know each other, but you're not best buds necessarily. You haven't been traveling together for years, but you're also aware that in all likelihood you will be forming a unit when you finally make it to your Inquisitor. So with that, let's look around the small landing craft and see who everyone is.
Should I go first? I'll go. I can go first.
Yes, you may.
Okay. So my character's name is Mir, M-I-R. He is from the planet of Fedrid, which is like a thick, very dangerous jungle planet. And he is a sort of feral kind of warrior. He has he's very, very slim and lithe, really kind of like almost awkwardly long-limbed. Like he's very tall in the legs and long in the arms and stuff like that. He has filed his teeth to points.
Awesome.
And has just sort of like very angular features, very sharp angular features. He's wearing sort of standard camo fatigues and jungle boots, but he's begun to kind of customize them. As is tradition on his planet, you take a little piece of the opponents that you defeat. And so he has some like animal teeth and stuff like that, like in a necklace and stuff like that. And he has, on his fatigues, he has epaulettes that have been dyed like a dark brown from dried blood that he's kind of dabbed off of enemies and touched to his shoulders. And he himself is a little feral in his mannerisms and his general look, kind of like a hyena a little bit. And a little bit like Craven the Hunter, only dialed like way back. He doesn't wear a fucking lion's face on his chest or anything like that.
He hasn't defeated Scar in combat yet.
No. But just little trinkets like that, animal parts of like animal pelts, teeth, fangs, claws, things like that, kind of worked into his uniform. Where buttons used to be and things like that, he's now got like a claw like fastening and stuff like that. He's got there's probably one of his more unusual features given the time and place. He has a large axe slung over his back. He wears like a big X, like a cross brace across his shoulders and in front of his chest, and that enables him to basically, it like mag locks the axe to his back, so he can just reach for it and put it away when he needs it. Yeah, and that's him.
Nice. Is he, just because we're supposed to have hung out for a while, is he a guy who's chatty? Is he a strong silent type? Is he like I yell things and charge into battle and say things that only make sense to me? What's the personality type? He
is not the strong silent type per se, more like the unnerving silent type. I have decided like a minute ago that the hyena characteristic kind of comes instead of like a battle scream or battle roar. He gets really giggly when he fights.
Oh, yeah.
But not necessarily talking that much, but just like the battle high gets him giddy. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. I'll go next. I'm Cimbria, Cimbria. And I, as Tom mentioned, I am voidborn. So I was basically born on like a kind of pseudo-wrecked, somehow held together like hunk of like ship, along with like there's a whole like culture that was lived there, and I was pretty much like found meaning in that. Just by like, I want to join the Imperium. I want to be like a part of it. I hated how small my world was. So basically took like the first chance I could get. A Lord Inquisitor, the Lord Inquisitor came aboard finding heretics. And I was able to kind of prove myself to him by murdering some people. It doesn't matter, long story. And then, yeah, got out that way. I'm kind of creepy looking. I'm like really twitchy. I'm like average height, but I'm like super skeletal. I'm albino, which is like pretty common for like people who have never had to like really be exposed to any starlight. My hair is like super thin and wispy. I have red eyes. And it's funny, like I grew up wearing like super patched clothing because we didn't really have like a whole lot of material and it was a lot of scrounging. But now I'm like dressed in like the most like simplistic and elegant like black robe, like trimmed with silver. And have like a very functional and plain kind of like flak jacket that I wear over it that holds all of my gear and stuff because I'm very assassin-y. And I was like, Lord Inquisitor, man, he's fucking elegant as shit. That's who I want to be. So yeah, that's me. I'm a twitchy fucker.
Twitchy fucker. I will make a note. Twitchy fucker. Cool. So I am playing a character named Ishmael Grimdark from Hive Grimdark. He was like basically his backstory is he was a dock worker who was like trying to make foreman, just like a good old fashioned boy working in, the landing docks and the shipyards. And then someone somewhere screwed up. And he ended up being charged and convicted with like a string of crimes because someone put the wrong 1 next to the wrong 0 and it just got pinned on him. So he tried to escape and got picked up by an Inquisitor and now he has to like go to work. Picture like Schwarzenegger when he went back to movies right after he was governor.
Got it.
So like early 60s, clearly was a hard ass at one point, still a bit of a hard ass. Dressed in like essentially like claimed fatigues for like a military uniform. So like somewhere between like a gray military uniform and a gray police uniform with all the insignia taken off. He's got like the equivalent of a sawed-off shotgun, but it's a handgun that's used in space for people who don't aim great, but it's real nasty up close on one hip. He carries a riot shield. And then on his it's like left arm's riot shield, and the right arm, he's got a shock gauntlet. So it's just like a huge, almost like you could see the energy generator as like a forearm guard, Assassin's Creed style. And then the glove is basically like almost a mesh glove with little claws attached to the ends of the fingers. And when he cranks that on, you know, everything smells a little bit like ozone. And you can just see electricity like running over the surface of the fingers. It's real nasty, but it looks kind of harmless on its own time.
And one of the most interesting things about the shock gauntlet, and I believe there's some other things that do this, is it doesn't only target wounds, it also targets brains. So you can also fuck up people's strain threshold, which is great. This is probably a good time to mention, as sort of the three of you see each other, the system we're playing in today, for those of you listening and watching at home, is Warhammer 40,000 Dark Heresy, which is a very kind of like, I would say probably the most famous of the Warhammer RPG systems. However, it's also notoriously crunchy, has a lot of rules, and is not conducive to listening, and by many accounts, to playing. So we're playing the Genesys conversion for it, which is the same system as Dumb Scum and Villainy, and as a result, we'll be referring to those dice pools and that sort of thing. It's a complete conversion that someone built using as many of the Dark Heresy rules as they could, but through the lens of Genesys. So we still get that fucking delicious 40K flavor, but with half the calories. So,
can I just add one more
Yep.
thing? In my description, only because Ryan reminded me with his reference to Arnold Schwarzenegger coming back to movies after the governorship. It's always so helpful when you give like a celebrity kind of adjacent reference for the look. And I had one and I forgot about it. His physique is basically, he looks like Crispin Glover, the Thin Man from
Charlie's Angels. Hell yeah.
Except
Perfect.
a little more exaggerated in terms of limb lengths, like Slender Man almost, but not quite that insane. And he has like a wild mohawk and coiling tribal ink on his.
So longer than him, but same creepy intensity.
Yes,
And the
yeah,
giggling.
yeah.
The giggling also stands. Will he smell his opponent's hair? We'll find out.
He screams when he smells the hair, right? I think.
And then they give him a whole backstory in the second
in
one
one
that
movie,
was
yeah,
not
yeah.
called for. In any
I'm
case,
trying to think of an equivalent for me.
well,
I don't
Laura,
know,
I think
Gollum.
the key.
I
would
like
say-
a fancily dressed Gollum.
We're going to the ball, precious.
I look so elegant.
I would say it's probably easiest to just cast it however you'd like, and then
Yeah.
just be like, it's this person if they were albino. Like,
So who's playing Gollum? Who's getting Gollumed?
I don't know. Someone really small and real skinny.
So-
Well, not real small, it's like average. but
wait,
real
like, are we talking
skinny.
like Christina Ricci if she was?
Or like Olivia
Yes.
Wilde?
No, more like Christina Ricci. Yeah,
That's great. Okay, cool. So
albino Christina Ricci.
Christina Ricci.
Yeah. Gollum Ricci.
Like, yeah, but like unhealthily thin.
Okay, so
Yeah, so the Gollum-y stuff is more from the it's basically the Expanse, right? It's like you spend a bunch of time in space, your limbs elongate, your head gets a bit bigger because it's not affected by gravity.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, amazing. Okay,
Cool.
so yeah. And then also albino, and then also Christina Ricci.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's super fun. Okay, so the three of you kind of look to each other. There's a general sense in the cabin of like, here we go again. And then finally, the ship bucks hard and levels out. And you find yourselves sort of shooting over a city, but it's a city in ruins. It's been completely obliterated. You see sort of what would have been skyscrapers and sort of large cathedrals and industrial areas, but all of it is crumbled, and the Crete is just like old and gray and broken, and dusted with snow and ice. There's one of the most interesting things about 40K is the amount of like history there is to these things. So like this is an old ass city, and it doesn't look like the most recent conflict that you're being called to address was related to this. It seems like other past conflicts have occurred. So the briefing you received from the Inquisition was that this distress call had set off a couple of red flags on their databases. Notably, it was sent with it was sent by the Commissar, who is the sort of commander on the ground of Imperial Guard forces. Part of your briefing included information about the previous actions that had occurred here, and essentially, there was an armed uprising here on Saphira Secundus, and the Imperial Guard. It was too much for the planetary defense forces. It was a miners' revolt, and also hello. So it was a miners' revolt, and the PDF was overwhelmed. Plus, there's that classic thing where, like a Union busting situation, like it's hard to shoot your friends. So the general flavor of these communications was like they didn't have the guts to do what needed to be done. And as a result, they sent in the Imperial Guard. So in terms of the layers of Warhammer and where everyone lives, planetary defense forces are, in a way, like think of them as like beat cops, ish. National Guard, technically, but like beat cop National Guard. The Imperial Guard is like the army. Not necessarily the army from your planet. They're all conscripted, go up into space, and then are sent out on various missions. And then above that, you've got like the Space Marines, the Inquisition, everything else. So technically, even though you guys aren't really there yet, you are like you're almost more of a SWAT team of specialists than any of the rest of these clowns. But the fact that the Imperial Guard here does mean that there is some serious action going on. That said, the last report, as they opened the files, the last report from filed by the Commissar suggested that everything was under control. So there is something odd about this, and the Inquisition was taken a bit off guard. So you are headed towards the... Let me just get my notes here. Me. The Gorgonid Mines, which are one of the major networks of mines, perhaps the most important on the planet. That was the flashpoint of this uprising. So you're en route to the Gorgonid Mines, where the Imperial Guard regiment is currently camped out. So the ship finally kind of pulls down to the ground near the encampment. You can see it's a hastily constructed, in classic Imperial Guard fashion, sea of tents. As well as a HAB unit, which is like a prefabricated bunker that you can just drop. That's in sort of like a rust red, just uniform, very battered. Clearly has been used a few times. It's got the 97th stenciled on the side, as well as the Imperial Eagle, which, similar to the Umbrella logo in Resident Evil, is the thing that they put on it. It's like Batman. If he owns it, it's going to have that logo. And similarly, the Double Eagle is there. The first thing that strikes you as the hatch opens is the smell. There is just sort of a horrible kind of like methane stink to the air. So that hits you first, and then the cold. It is bitterly cold on this planet. Not so much that it's not like a Hoth situation where it's icy, but it's like northern Russia. Like it's just snowy and cold. So the pilot just says, good luck and Emperor's blessing. Get the fuck out so I can close the ramp.
I'll rise up out of my seat and stroll off the ship.
I just take a look back at the pilot as I'm walking out and say, I'll remember that.
Cool.
He just sighs, and Ishmael stands up and follows after Bitey and Weirdo.
So you descend the ramp to sort of cold, bitter, whipping winds. And you look out over the sea of tents, and you can see you're on what was probably at some point a highway, but is now just cracked rubble that small plants have managed to fight their way through. Sort of more like vines, like those really hardy, like tundra plants that can survive anything. Around you, you can see small craters belching up violet gas. And each time they do, that stench just kind of re-overwhelms you. But again, in the name of the Emperor, fuel must be had, and this is where it would seem the fuel lives. So you sort of stand around briefly looking, and you actually see a number of sort of surprised faces as the shuttle kind of hits its jump jets and like flies up behind you and takes off. The guard, the Imperial Guard, who are kind of wandering the camp, all seem to be staring at you with a mix of surprise and apprehension. Cimbria, I don't think you would know this.
It's Cimbria.
Cimbria.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's good. Get me now.
Cimbria with a C that's dirty poker right there.
Yeah, that is. So Cimbria, you certainly know, like, for you, when the Inquisition showed up, it was like hope and fire and awesome. But I think for the other two of you, you would know that, like, for a lot of people, when the Inquisition shows up, that is super bad news. People do not want this in their lives or homes. So you kind of see these people giving you the stare down. The Hab unit is likely where the Commissar is, and in the distance you can see mountains that are just kind of like riddled with machines and factories, and you can see classic like Blade Runner style. There's like fire belching up from smokestacks. And it almost looks like a massive mechanical insect is clutching the top of the mountain range. And sort of as your eyes track down, you see a massive circular door that looks a bit like a Stargate. It's got like weird sort of clamps all around it. Massive split down the center. Giant fucking Imperial Eagle. And it's bored into the side. It's about 30 feet high, 30 feet wide, and it's bored into the side of the mountain. So very clearly the entrance to the mines, and it's been sealed. So you find yourselves at the edge of the guard camp. What do you do?
I just immediately start walking to where I think the Commissar is without a word.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll follow.
Ishmael sighs, picks up his shield, and follows Bitey and Weirdo.
So as you begin to make your way in, you suddenly see an Imperial Guardsman just sprinting towards you. And he's doing like a full, like, he's holding his gun by the barrel. He's like, it's like a Muppet run. And he trips at one point, and then he doesn't really lose his momentum. Like, he fully bails, but just gets back up. He runs up. You can tell he's all like gangly limbs. He looks like, it definitely looks like the kind of person who enlisted like with vaguely faked credentials. Like, this guy may be barely 18. And he's got like just a shock of red hair stuffed under his helmet. And he takes a second to catch his breath, and he's like, I knew it. I knew the Emperor would send help. Holy Emperor, I can't believe this. You're the Inquisitors, right?
I just say, yes, we are. Situation report now.
Oh, shit. Private Jim is reporting. Fuck. Okay, so, listen.
Okay, kid, you gotta slow yourself down. You're gonna take yourself out. We're all gonna get exhausted. You're doing great. And I just like rest a hand on his shoulder. I'm like, take a deep breath. Give the report to the lady.
Says, thank you, sir. So is she the Inquisitor then?
There are no Inquisitors here. We're all just people looking to do a job and then go home.
Wait,
and then to become Inquisitors immediately following this.
Oh. Okay. That's less good. Maybe the Emperor didn't send you. Maybe you just showed
We
up.
are acting with the full weight of the Inquisition behind us. That's what it's called, right? It's called the Inquisition.
I mean, I
Yes.
kind of want you to roll a bluff check just for Tom. Do I believe? So you can tell that he is extraordinarily disappointed and also a little bit taken aback. You get the sense that it's kind of a superhero meets, or like a civilian meets a superhero kind of situation. But the second he realizes that none of you are Inquisitors, the wind goes right out of his sails. So I think if you're going to want anything from this guy, you're going to have to roll for it. You're going to have to try and pull it out of him somehow. So as with any good RPG, there are a number of skills that you have and a number of characteristics you can use and tactics you can use. That said, as is always our style here on Dum Dums and Dice, don't worry too much if you don't see a skill you would like to use. We can figure out what that is. Yeah, he's got that superhero disappointment thing where Jimmy Olsen just realized that Superman's actually just a guy dressed as Superman, not Superman himself. Just some fucking Clark Kent guy, I don't know. So he starts clamming up, and he's like, "Listen, I should just take you to the commissar then. He'll be able to sort you out." And immediately there's a formality. It's like as the fanboy drops away, even though he's like clearly very green, the guardsman training kicks in. So if you want to kind of get back into his good graces, now might be a time to check some stuff. So what would you like to do to try and get Private Jimez on side?
I feel like Ishmael's probably dealt with these insane people before on missions and is aware that they're not like great talkers necessarily, because we have like a zealot and a monster vaguely. Mm-hmm. And he can appreciate the skill sets, but I feel like he'd do a lot of like close up like dock worker talk where he'd like lean in, he already got the hand on the kid's shoulder, steer more from the lane. It'd be a real shame if we're gonna have to go to the commissar, have a long talk. I mean, look at you and me. We're just here. We're at the docks. Clearly I trust you. Ships come down, ships go up. You got to do a job. And by the end of these weird monologues that he does, someone always feels like he may be their friend, and they tell him things, but they don't really know why. And Tom, I would like to use a power I have called Disorienting Voice.
Yep.
Ooh.
Which adds blue to any coercion check. But will add black to anyone I would have disturbed who overhears. It's like hypnosis that only works on my target.
Well, and it can also disturb the person you're talking to if that disorienting voice isn't what they want to hear. So, for example, if you went to like a noble person and was like, "Hey, listen, it's you and me, we're dock workers," they'd be like,
"Ship goes up, ship comes down. It's you and me, right?"
I say no, and then their monocle would drop in their soup. So go ahead. I think in terms of like talking kind of like blue collar worker to blue collar worker totally makes sense for a private in the Imperial Guard who clearly lied his way in. But yes, I just wanted to clarify that it's not an all-weather mesmerism.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect
sense.
sense.
You're a surprise dock working psychic. You're just the best at. Yeah, I went into guarding. I could.
Yeah, a lot of
I
people
can shoot
just
fire out of my hands, but
yeah, I'm not going to show you though. That's something we only do at the docks.
I just really care about shipping crates. Admittedly, I'm watching season 2 of The Wire right now, so I really do care about shipping crates. And honestly, you're giving me an extra season right now.
That may have
over here
directly affected my choices for this
My
character.
man.
Cool. So it doesn't really matter what I use in terms of talking because I have no skills in any of it other than disorienting voice. So what should I add for you, Tom? Because I have 2 green and then I add a blue for my voice.
Okay, so he's kind of freaked out. I will say one thing I would like to ask as we put together this dice pool is Tyler and Laura, both of you are intimidating for vastly different reasons. Laura, because you're like very small and slight and your body proportions are spacey, which would be for someone who's clearly like only leaves planet to go fight places, probably a little bit disconcerting. But you also have a massive rifle, which is a weird thing, just a weird combination of things. And Tyler, You're a big, spooky Crispin Glover motherfucker.
Yeah.
Who, like, in a suit is very intimidating. So my question to both of you is, do you think you would have any interest in this? Or would you be actively trying to, like, help intimidate this kid or, like, assist Ishmael in any way? Or would you have other things on your mind? I know.
This is a waste of time. I just want to talk to the commissar. This is ridiculous.
Mir knows that this is the standard sort of operating procedure is Ishmael kind of befriends or pals around with someone and gets them to like open up. And it's our job to make him appear to be the best option for someone to talk to.
I like that a lot.
On each shoulder, from this guy's perspective, he can look at either me or Kimbria. Yeah, Kimbria.
Don't say Cimbria. I made that mistake once.
Well,
it haunts me.
I was
to
about
this
to
day.
say Kimbra from the fucking one song that I know she sang in. And so it's kind of like option A, option B, option A, option B. Okay, I'll take option C. He seems much more approachable. So I think I'm just standing over his shoulder, smiling a big, pointy-toothed smile.
Okay, cool. So, Ryan, I'm going to give you an additional blue for the nice guy who is terrifying. I'm going to say this is a 3 purple. Also, because I'm nice and I want to simplify it, in terms of destiny points, we're going 3 and 1. So you have 3, I have 1 right now. Each player at the table has brought 1 point. Good work, everyone. It's like a potluck of dice rigging. So you guys have 3 available to you. I have 1. Generally, the way we've been doing this, Laura, is because I'm the only one who can actually physically see them in front of me. Feel free to just ask, like, hey, if there's destiny, I want to do X, Y, Z.
Okay, cool.
Odds are there usually is, and if there isn't, I'll be like, no.
It gets used a lot both ways,
Yeah.
so it's usually something in play.
I would like to spend a story/destiny point because Ishmael really, really hates talking to Imperial authority figures. So it's just that he's more desperate and laying it on even thicker because he does not want to meet this commissar. He'd way rather just get to go.
So then upgrade one of your greens to a yellow, please.
Cool. All right, let's see what happens.
Also, just as a nomenclature thing, let's, I think collectively for our own sanity, given that Genesys has many different settings and we'll likely use a bunch of them, let's start calling them story points now so that, like, if when we're playing, like, the alien one, we're not like, and then Ripley uses destiny
point.
Okay, so I'll use the story point.
Thank you. Got to keep us out of Prometheus
bitch.
town.
Yeah.
Yeah. In space, no one can hear you reference Star Wars.
All right, so that is 1 threat.
All right, so...
That's not good, right?
No, that's bad.
Oh, no. Unlike real life, threats are bad here. But it's not a failure, it's just a threat. So, you put your arm around him and looking up at like spooky, Mr. Mir, thank you. Where the fuck did I put my sheet? I found it. It was under the other ones because, of course, it was. Mm-hmm. Seeing Mir, he does actually seem like he's about to start talking, and he's like, "Oh, well," and then suddenly you just hear, "Jimmy's, what in the Sam hell are you doing away from the seal?" And he's like, "Oh shit, sorry, Sarge," and he just like takes off running. And just looks back over his shoulder and he's like, "I hope you still think I'm cool." And then he trips and runs away. And just marching angrily through the tents is a guy who definitely looks a little bit worse for the wear. He's got like one piercingly blue eye, completely bald. He's got kind of a massive blue-green tattoo that covers kind of his entire skull. He's got like a true like scrub brush mustache where it's just like it's not tamed or tameable and looks uncomfortable for him and you. And most strikingly, his right arm is a crudely constructed mechano arm. So it's like it's clearly a mechanical prosthetic, but it's unlike any you've ever seen. There's a lot of knobs and gears, and there's like weird cable kind of running around. It looks almost homemade. And as he marches furiously towards you, like his organic hand is in a fist, but his mechanical hand, the fingers seem to be twitching backward and then forward. So they're kind of like just sort of twitching irregularly, but also bending back. And you can tell he doesn't really notice. But yeah, he comes storming up. He's wearing a gray Imperial Guard outfit from this regiment. But you notice he's got 2 rank bars on his sleeve, so he's clearly a little bit higher up the chain. And as he gets up, just kind of like, I think almost a squatter J.K. Simmons. So just him if he was like half his height and had a robot arm, but still the J. Jonah mustache. And once he gets up close, you also realize that on his right side, he's got a wooden eye, which seems wildly out of place given the robot arm, and that is very unfortunately pointed in the wrong direction.
I don't even know that I've seen wood before. Like,
you may have seen it as like a rifle stock. It seems like an odd use of rifle stock. Yeah, because I think in your head it's just like rifle stock material. It's like, why would you use that for?
Yeah, it's either rifle stock or incredibly expensive backsplash in like a cabin. Like, that's all.
Why the fuck would you have this? Anyway, he storms up, and you can tell that he's clearly furious, and he just yells after Jimez like, "You stay on that damn mouth to hell, or I'll come over there and beat you like a whole platoon of orcs." And he turns back and he's like, "Now I don't know where all you came from, but in case you don't know, being beaten by a platoon of orcs fucking sucks." And he points at his eye and he's like, "And I know. Now what the hell are you doing in my camp?"
Hey, we're all dock guys here. Ship goes up, ship comes down. This is fine. We're here from the Inquisition. There's something going on.
Inquisition?
Yeah, the Gorgonid mines, something like that.
Yep.
Voices. You said something about a mouth from hell. That sounds like it might be our department.
No, it's just we just had some problems down there. Listen, we didn't call for any Inquisition types. We got this well in hand. The commissar assured me personally.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, nobody expects the Inquisition. But surprise, Inquisition.
And he just looks the 3 of you up and down. He's like, "So which one of you is supposed to be an Inquisitor? Is it Bitey McSharpteeth, Tall Gun McSmall Lady, or you, Doctor?"
Well, I think we're going to have to go with the Tall Lady McSmall Gun.
Yeah. He like looks at you and he's like, "You don't look like any Inquisitor I've ever seen, but I also ain't never seen an Inquisitor. So, welcome, m'lady. I better just take you to the commissar." So he starts leading you towards the hab pod.
I look back at Ishmael and kind of like see, this is where, that's it. I don't know, like,
exasperated
how else to say that.
gestures
exasperated, like, yes.
This is what I wanted.
Stop talking to people who don't matter.
Yeah, I feel
that in a gesture.
I feel like there weren't many people on your ship, so the idea of like having unnecessary conversations is so foreign to you. It's like, no, if I need Steve, I'll find him, and I will tell him what I need to tell him, and then I don't need to talk to Steve for a while.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kimbria just had social isolation down before the rest of us.
Yeah, but behind you in line, I just turned to Mir and quietly, I'm like, "Hey, listen, you and I are docs guys. Like, you did your jungle docs, I did the hive docs, but
yeah,
the hive docs.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pretend that
really
she's an Inquisitor. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
This was a very efficient conversation. You know what? I like you. You get to the point.
I like you too.
You and I, let's get drunk and dance later. All right, let's do this.
All right, so as the three of you led through the tents, you can see sort of guardsmen milling about. Some of them look bored, and like they've kind of been just sitting around for a bit, but some of them look pretty rough. There are some, you kind of pass a large tent where a number of wash bins have been set up. And you just see like a bunch of guards people just like scrubbing the shit out of their guard uniforms with like very little success. And then the water starts to freeze and they have to like reboil it. There's like one sergeant with a las pistol who just keeps shooting the water every few minutes to make sure it all stays liquid. And yeah, they look pretty rough.
Shoots the water.
It's not a great scene. As you pass that, you begin to hear cackling laughter from a tent on your left.
Ears immediately intrigued.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So the sergeant doesn't seem to pay any attention. He's just like eyes ahead. Do you investigate the tent?
Yeah, I'll break off.
Yeah, me too.
You wanted to talk to the commissar.
Yes, but now I know things are sketchy. Something weird going on.
But now there's mysteries.
There is a mystery. This is what the Inquisition does. Investigation.
I love that you're basically just playing like an Inquisition fangirl / otaku who's just like, I'm pretty sure this is what samurais do.
You are the
You're not
Monty
far off.
Python impersonation of the Inquisition, where you're
Yeah.
just gonna burst into a room and yell, "I'm the Inquisition!"
But what's weird is you're actually not far off. This is kind of what they do.
I think I probably definitely when I was like in my weird ship homeworld had like fashioned like kind of a rosette that kind of looked a little bit like.
Yeah, it's like when you make a
The
cardboard
Inquisitors.
Game Boy and you're just
Yeah,
like, it's
exactly.
close enough.
So I kind of like I could like flash it and like to myself in a mirror and be like, I'm so cool.
That's very funny. Okay, do you still have that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, then
everywhere I
fucking
go.
100% you can pass yourself off as an Inquisitor to these rubes. You have the badge. Sure, it's from the bottom of a box of Cracker Jacks, but fuck it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
Very
I'm the
funny.
Inquisition. This is
Yeah,
my
yeah.
idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, I'm a
Their hand
dog.
has a flashlight in their eyes, so you can just flip out your library card.
Yeah, yeah.
Great. Okay, so you both split off. Ishmael, I assume you're headed for Commissar tent, or are you also just looking for an excuse to not?
Are you going to sigh and come with us again?
I feel like I'm just gonna turn to the sergeant and be like, "Hey, you're gonna have to wait a minute. See, these Inquisitor's not really a docs type, so gets a little distracted. You and I, maybe we should go see what the maniacal laughter's about."
You see him like tighten his jaw. Ryan, can you go ahead and roll me? Let's go with some perception-y business here.
Yeah, I've got perception.
Yeah, let's do that. Probably like an intellect or a cunning, maybe. Well, I don't feel like you're a cunning guy. I think you're pretty.
Perception's linked trait is cunning, interestingly enough.
Yep. But I would give this to you for intellect for this particular iteration of this check, unless you want to use cunning.
Cunning's my highest trait, so I'm cool with
Well,
cunning.
far be it for me to stop the players from abusing the system. I want to climb a rope. Cunning?
I don't know. I
I
didn't make the
knots.
rules. The sheet told me. Good
Never
player.
listen to those. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Cool. So I've got
For the
three.
record,
cunning.
I did not know you had cunning, and I was trying to give you options. So
I knew. Yeah, I was
yeah,
like.
we've played once or twice before.
Yeah, so I've got 3 cunning and 2 perception. So I've got 2 yellow and a
Right,
green.
so that's 2 yellow and a green. I'm gonna say this is a 4 purple check.
Cool.
And you were docs and then you were conscripted, right?
Yep.
So you haven't really spent any time in the guard.
Oh God, no. I hadn't even left my world. I got busted trying to smuggle off world. I got picked up by the Inquisition.
Rogue traders, man. You gotta shut that shit down. All right, cool. So let's just go with that then. I'm content with those.
End result, 1 advantage.
Okay, you're not quite sure what the tightening of his jaw means, but you can see that there's a brief flash of some sort of emotion, and perhaps what you can ascertain, even though you're not entirely certain what it is that there seems to be more to this guy than this rage and bluster, and it seems like that might be a front for something of some sort. The one point of advantage I'll give you is knowing that there's something else going on. You might be able to press him for something. He just says, "No, we gotta go see the commissar. It's best not to linger here."
Man, you're looking like you're a little bit troubled. Us old timers, we can kind of see through some of the bluster that works with the new fish. Doc reference. But here's the thing. I can tell that you're worried about your boys. If you tell me what's going on now, I don't got to tell the Inquisitor. That can be between you and me. We can have this little conversation because, old timers, we're traveling around. It's just a hand on the shoulder, and he tries to use it's like a weird old man muttering.
I'm going to cut to the other scene and then back to this because in my head, that intro, like the spiel you've just launched into, lasts the length of this other scene, and then we'll pick back up.
I agree.
So, Mira, you push into this tent. And you trip, not like full fall down trip, but your toe catches an Imperial Guardsman's jacket that's been discarded and is kind of by the doorway. In the center, you find yourself in a tent that is full of stakes. So like tall wooden stakes that are fairly thick. Think like not quite telephone pole. Maybe like half a telephone pole sort of circumference. So just like almost like a birch tree thickness. All of them are empty except for one in the back corner where you see a guardsman in a singlet and his standard issue Imperium tighty whities who has been lashed up to this thing pretty seriously. So he is like hogtied to this stake, and he is just like laughing hysterically. He is having the best damn time.
Is there anyone else here?
There isn't. You see, there are bonds that were tied around these other stakes, but they're all hanging loose. You do notice next to the door, there's a pile of Imperial Guard uniforms.
Okay. I'm gonna get like closer to him to get a look at his face and his eyes, kind of like is he here really?
He is. Dave's not here, man.
He's somewhere else. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He is. But you can tell that it's kind of in the way that like Joker toxin's often described in the Batman series, where it's painful. Like it's not joyous laughter by any stretch. And you can see the strain in the muscles of his face and his throat from like just this constant like manic laughter. You kind of look at him and his eyes are definitely kind of darting around. But then suddenly they lock on you and he just says, "But the eyes, right? Have you seen them? Have you seen the eyes?"
No, tell me.
Oh, they're beautiful and horrible, and there's so many of them. There's so many of them, and they're here. And he starts like nodding with his head, and he's just like kind of gesturing around as best he can because his head's really the only thing he's got.
Yeah. I'll kind of look to where he's looking, and
he's like pointing. Like you can see, he's trying to point out places on his body.
Oh, on his body. Okay.
Yeah. So like on his face and on his body, but he can only really do it with his like eyes and tongue.
And since he's down to his Imperial tidy whities, can I see if his body has been marked in any way that's unusual?
Doesn't seem like it. He has a tattoo that is unfamiliar to you, but that is familiar enough as like a regimental 97, kind of like on his shoulder. But other than that, no. He looks like kind of a standard, vaguely out of shape Imperial Guard. So, okay. Certainly not the Empire's finest, or the Imperium, rather. Shit. Not the Imperium's finest, but, he makes the cut as cannon fodder goes.
All right.
Kimbria, you come in after him. Also, Tyler, you're welcome to roll a check of any sort if you want.
I just want to ask him a question.
Sure.
So Mir will kind of turn his chin up, just so he's not like looking around anymore, or his head's lolling, or just to like look me in the eye and just ask, what's in the Gorgonid mines?
And
What did you see?
he just starts laughing, and he's like, "It's not a mine anymore.
No?
It's where the eyes are, the eyes in the door." And then he suddenly lurches forward and attempts to bite your nose off. So go ahead and roll me an agility. We'll say agility and this might actually just be straight agility. I think this is literally just trying to pull your face out of the way. Alternatively, I would let you roll a... If you have resilience, I would take a resilience as well, which is more so you just headbutting him out of instinct.
No. I don't have any points in resilience. Although resilience is a skill that relies on brawn.
Yeah,
Characteristic. Does that mean I'd be using brawn?
that is correct.
Oh, then sure. Okay. I'll go with resilience then.
Okay. So, how many ranks do you have in brawn, and how many do you have in? You have none in resilience.
I have
Your brawn
3
is
in
3.
brawn. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So that's 3 green. I'm going to spend a point to upgrade this. It's a low check because he's tied up. So that's 2 purple, but one of them will become a red. So 1 red, 1.
Okay. Can I spend a story point? Story point?
Story point. Yes. You're correct. I'm wrong.
Only because I feel like where Mir is from, how he was raised, things trying to bite his face off is pretty that's what he grew up with.
He's
So I feel
bitten
like
some faces off for sure.
well, yeah,
It's not his first bite deo.
yeah, but also just with I read some of the names in this breakdown of like blood wolves and saber cats and shit. Like he's dealt with some really messed up wild animals in his day to day.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So
scripted.
Yeah, so we'll say the madman gets a point because it's an unexpected, uncontrolled thing. So there's really no way to defend against it. Mm-hmm. However, you've actually spent your whole life dealing with that. So yeah, so we'll upgrade one of your green to yellow. Mine is upgraded to a red. Laura, our standing rule in Star Wars is that we can't cancel each other's dice.
Okay.
But I do think like bumping your check up is fully acceptable. It's just like what I don't want is like a weird pissing contest of like, I do this, well then I do this, well then I do this, well then I do this. So yeah, similar to stress or anything else we use in the other games, as long as there's a cool justification. And Tyler, I think in this case, this is a fucking perfect example of where to use that. So we'll do all that. I'll give you 1 blue for him being tied up and you not being tied up, only in that he might be faster and stronger, but ultimately he's limited. Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, rolling.
We're currently sitting at 2 and 2, by the way, for our story.
Man, these have not been great rolls for us just yet, has it? So 4 advantages, 2 failures. So I'm gonna lose my nose, and it's gonna be great for us later somehow.
Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. Kimbria, you come into the tent as he's asking about the eyes. You kind of see everything that's going on, and then you see the flurry of motion, and time slows for you for a hot second. I'm going to say the 4 points, because 4 advantage is like a considerable amount, and it's not like you can like disarm him or do cool things. So I'm going to say that the 4 advantage means that you have a chance to do 1 action.
Yeah.
However, I would like you to consider whether Kimbria would or not, because this might not be something that she would actively react to. Or, as a sniper who spends her whole life looking down a scope, it might be exactly what she reacts to.
Yeah. Yeah, she's pretty quick. So I think this would not be like we don't need to fire any guns, but I do on my hip have like a metallic type whip. So I would want to basically in like one swift motion, just like grab and just as I'm pulling it out, whip it into his chin to basically like thrust his head up.
Okay, go ahead and roll for that, please. So that uses your brawn. Yeah, it should be.
Next to the whip, it'll tell you.
Agility?
Let's say, Laura, next to the whip, it'll tell you to skill next to the weapon what
down.
skill you have to use it.
Well,
doesn't
the
say
skill
anything.
the skill will be melee light, which I believe you have 1 rank in, Laura.
No,
Nope.
it's checked. I have.
You have it as a career skill, but you don't have rank.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So let's say agility, only because it is. I think we'll kind of play it by D&D rules, which is like if it's a weapon that makes sense that it's like a flick of the wrist rather than like flex.
Yeah.
So go ahead with just your straight agility.
Okay.
So that should be, I
So
believe,
what do I do?
3 green.
That's 3 green.
Well,
okay.
do you have 3
I
agility?
have 3. Yeah, 3 agility.
So that'll be 3 green. You can spend a story point if you'd like to upgrade that to a yellow, but you might also not consider this worth.
This might not be
No.
critical to your story.
yeah.
This is definitely not critical.
Great. Okay. So that's 3 green. This is a tough shot because it's like face to face.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 4 purple. But I'll give you 1 blue for Tyler already being in the act of trying to like
Cool.
dodge this. Cool. Yeah. Great.
All right. 1 success, 1 threat.
Okay.
So that's like kind of good, right?
I think that's our
Yeah,
first
absolutely.
Success?
First
from
success we've had as a
anyone's
party.
level.
Success sounds good.
Yeah. So I think the way this will work is the whip shoots out and kind of like the metallic links just like
Yes.
as it expands. Tyler, Mir's instincts, but also having fought with Kimbria a few times, you kind of know to get out of the way of this, but you did roll 2 failures. So he's not going to take your nose. Instead, the whip rips along your cheek, so it just like slices your face almost to the bone. It's a pretty harsh hit, but it does strike your assailant in the like exactly as intended. The bottom of the chin, it snaps his head back. It bounces off the stake and knocks him clean out. So Tyler, sorry, Laura, how many threat did you roll?
1.
Okay, so take 1 from that and 1 from you had 2 failures, so 1 failure means you got cut, 1 will be damage. So 2 points of damage. If you have soak, the soak will eat it, which in this case isn't your armor, it's just you being a tough guy whose face is bleeding, but that's a Tuesday.
My soak value is 2, so
Okay, wicked. So it cuts your face,
just
but
my
like
pride.
well, I mean, admittedly, goal was don't get nose bit off.
Yeah,
nose
yeah.
not bit off.
I mean, yeah. I definitely give you like a look of you kind of had this coming.
A combination of just a little bit of like seeing my blood on my hand as I like bring my hand away, and also just like sheepishly like embarrassed. Mir will like kind of like chuckle sort of sickly, just like thanks. And,
I purse my lips and then I root through the discarded uniforms on the ground to see if there's anything I can see.
Cool.
Anything weird.
Yeah, so some of the uniforms are just bloody and dirty, but on a couple of them there are some strange things. Like one of them is full on shredded, like in several places. One of them is inexplicably has been shredded but braided. So it's like it's almost as though someone took the jacket, dropped it into like a paper shredder halfway, and then braided the shreds.
got it.
And one of them seems to have been clawed through by whoever was wearing it. So there's like finger marks tearing through the fabric.
Okay.
It doesn't tell you anything specifically about the guy in this room, but it definitely does give you some indication that shit ain't right in the mine.
Yeah.
Which, admittedly, you already had, but it's always nice to get, like, you know, spooky confirmation.
Yeah. I'll what?
I just say waste of time and walk out.
Yeah. I'll walk out with her and just come up on, I guess, on the end of your conversation with this guy, being like, so are you coming in or not? And us coming out being like, not worth it.
Yeah. So Ryan, what was the end of your spiel?
I think here's the deal. It's you gotta trust me, or you gotta trust them. And I don't think I trust them. And you and I can just stand over here and they'll wait over there when they come out. But here's your options. You got option A, you got option B. And then as I say B, they just walk out bleeding, going, waste of time. I'm like,
And he just quickly leans in and he's like, look, things got real bad down there for the men and women of our unit. And I just want to make sure that all the people we know get out of here okay. And honestly, the commissar, he said it's good. He ordered the mines closed after those cowards from the PDF, and he spits on the ground. He's like, abandon us down there. I think it's case closed. Fuck them. Leave them to their own mess. The people of my regiment don't need to die for this.
Those mines need to be opened.
And he looks at you, and he's like, hey, you got a spot of red there, champ. And he tries to give you the finger, but his mechanical hand's malfunctioning, so instead he just kind of like holds fingers up near you.
I kind of put my head forward, like inspecting the hand, and just look at him and say, "What's wrong with your hand?"
He just looks at it and says, "Never trust a tech priest to do your battlefield refitting. Bunch of hacks and liars."
Mir will kind of take his hand away from his cheek again just to show his wound and say, the soldier I just spoke to described a pretty unconventional problem that you have. And unconventional problems require unconventional solutions, and that's why we're here.
He just kind of turns back to Ishmael and gives you like is this guy on the level look?
I mean, we're all here because of the Inquisition. We got to do a job. What, you got a guy in there who went crazy?
Oh, yeah. Talked about eyes, everywhere eyes.
Eyes in the door.
The door, all of it came from the mine.
All right, we might have to go somewhere in the middle on this. I don't think we open up the whole mine just yet, but we're going to need to, open the door to let us in to solve your problem.
It's like, well, it sounds like you got a date with the commissar. And he rounds you up and takes you to the command unit. So you burst into the tent. Sorry, it's not a tent. It's the HAB unit. So you approach the HAB unit, and the sergeant uses his metallic hand to bang on the door. And inside you hear, "Oh, one moment, please." And the doors opened by the commissar's secretary, who is think like a Bob Hoskins type. Who's got a one big cybernetic sort of monocle eye piece. And he says, "Oh yes, Sergeant Raymond. And he looks at the three of you and he says, "Oh my, the Inquisition." And from inside you hear, "Inquisition." And you notice that the secretary suppresses a smile and then guides you in. And it is there that you meet Commissar Nihilus. So Nihilus is a tall, sort of thin man with a very like thin mustache. So thin that it probably shouldn't be a mustache, but like here we are. And he's got like one of those little tiny pointed goatees as well. He's behind he's the sort of the small room you find yourselves in he's got sort of a massive desk for him. What looks to be a massive map of the mines up on the wall behind him. You can tell that the secretary was in the process of packing up the commissar's stuff. The commissar, for his part, is clearly at ease. His hat and kind of long coat are hanging up on a hook behind him. And you can see a rather large bottle of liquor, very, very fine liquor, with a single glass on the table. And it seems very much like the end of an operation, if that makes any sense. The secretary says, yes, sir, it would seem that a delegation from the Inquisition has arrived to help us with our problems in the mines. And then he kind of nods to you and makes himself scarce. Nihilus looks up from his brandy and just looks suspicious and taken aback. And just says, pray tell, what possible reason could the Inquisition have to stumble into our affairs? Also, where is your Inquisitor?
And I flash out my rosette like really quickly and just say, you may call me Kimbria.
Just a point of order. Do we have an Inquisitor yet? Or no? Okay.
Yep.
We know we're being assigned to one. I know his name, which I believe is Vobel, because he fucking caught me and commuted my sentence. But I met him for all of 5 minutes, and I've never seen him again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to know. Thank you.
So he looks at your sigil and then looks at you. He says, I'm unfamiliar with your accent. Is that how they pronounce fraud where you're from? There's clearly a handmade sigil. Some would consider that heresy.
You know, this is going to be a real tricky conversation if we start throwing around words like heresy and I start saying, why are you packing up all their monsters in the mines? And you say, I'm done here. And then we all have to shoot each other. So maybe we could just do this more like sharing. Everybody be friends, you know, like they do in the docks.
He rolls his eyes and just says, we are, in fact, done here. That is oddly prophetic of you. Congratulations. But not because we're locking monsters in a box. Because we're locking traitors and cowards in a mine for them to sort out on their own. This was a local uprising, local rebellion. We stepped in to put it down. The cowardly PDF forces ran, scared of shadows, convinced some of my weaker people that there were monsters down there, and actually caused us some damage from ordnance. It is a vastly dangerous space and should be condemned. I say let the PDF sort it out. It's their mess.
That's what they always say about leadership, right? Blame it on somebody else and then peace out. So here's the thing. The Inquisition says the mine problem's got to be sorted because they need the mine to open back up. Which
How does
doesn't
the
mean
Inquisition even know about this?
You know what? I'm just a docs guy. They send me the letter. It shows up. Servo Skull's like, go here. Bam. Flying down. They say use the fake Inquisitor bit. We do.
As
this
you'll
guy's
recall,
got sharp teeth.
Your initial briefing actually came at the bequest of the commissar. That's Tom talking, not the guy. I'm sorry. The voices are similar.
Wait, we got it from you. You said we had to come down here, so that's why I'm here.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, well, that's not what it says on this skull. Reach in my pocket, I'll just take out a skull and it floats over, displays the thing for him.
And he just kind of looks at it and shakes his head. He says, ugh, unreliable skull-based technology. Give me a good old-fashioned purity seal and scroll any day. Well, I'm sorry to say you've wasted your time. This is a local dispute, and the Imperial Guard, the finest of the fine in the Imperium, need not concern ourselves with such low matters.
I spoke with one of your Imperial soldiers very briefly. It sounds like a serious problem. And judging by the heap of clothes we found in the corner, it's been a problem for a few of your soldiers.
Weakness of character is a tremendous problem, one this planet has in spades, and unfortunately, several of my people did as well.
Is that... I'm from a planet where the hierarchy and rank and things like that is fairly new to me. So it was a novel idea of reporting to someone above me. What's your report going to sound like? Uncivilized, that's why we retreated?
Not worth our time, that's why we returned to the front. Where a man can earn glory, and a woman can earn honor and heroism.
Not worth your time, leaving a job undone.
See, I got
Job
this
is done.
random
Close the mind.
question. So I may just be a lonely dock guy, but I know that when the corporation, the Grimdark Corporation, sends somebody down to take a tally, there's always a foreman who that tally taker is supposed to be keeping track of. And from what I know, not a lot, dock guy, but what I know of the military, commissars are supposed to report to like a colonel who makes the calls, or a general or something. Who's your colonel general?
I have already been in touch with command, and they agree with my assessment. I am highly decorated. You look at his coat, he is not highly decorated. And finally...
I just say, under my breath, fraud.
Yeah.
Soon tight.
Because that's been proven to be an unreliable form of communication.
The commissar is starting to get real flustered, and he just kind of like stands up and says... You know, I had heard the Inquisition was beginning to let just anyone in, and from the looks and sounds of you three, truly the Imperium is entering a grim, dark era. That one's for you and your corporation, dock worker. In any case, I will not truck such demands on my time. We are packing up, heading off-world. Thank you, and go fuck yourselves. And suddenly the secretary materializes, and he's like, oh, yes, you simply must go. And then he, like, kind of nods to the door. He's like, you damnable rabble!
All right, well, you know what this...
You're no better than Tau!
There's... See, I know that's a kind of alien. I don't know which, but they're all friggin' bad. But you know what? Let's part as friends. Here's the thing. Enough people. We don't want to leave conflict. You know, Inquisition, Astra Militarum, there's important things. Let's shake hands and I'll walk away. And I just want to walk up and offer my hand to the Inquisitor, or to the Commissar.
He looks down at your shock gauntlet and he looks at you. He said, did you fall off the back of a wagon leaving a pumpkin patch?
I hit him with my riot shield. Which is in my other hand.
All right, go ahead and roll for that.
Pumpkin patch. In my head, I wonder, how did he know that the dock was called the Pumpkin Patch?
He's read books.
Yeah.
All right, so he's not armed, so it's only going to be 2. I'm going to spend 2 story points to jack this right the fuck up, because you can't just go around punching commissars.
Someone's asking for it, though.
I mean, I work for the Inquisition, so upsy downsy on that one.
I mean, do you, though? So
hard to prove so far.
Yeah, it honestly just seems like you were 3 random adventurers who like made a fake police badge and were like, we're the FBI. Like, you're Burt Macklin. He didn't contact you. You just showed up. You're making claims. So that's 2 red. This will be, I believe, brawn and melee light.
Yep.
So your brawn, I believe, is 2. Your melee light, I believe, is 1. Is that correct?
Melee light is 2, so it's 2 yellow versus 2 red. This is a straight die roll, baby.
Yep, all right. Rolling bones.
That is 1 success. My riot shield has the ability of knockdown.
Hey.
All right, so you knock him like back into his coat and hat, which hilariously fall on him in a way that makes it look like he's wearing them. And you feel his nose crunch satisfyingly under your shield. But you see his eyes just go wide, and he just kind of from the ground begins to yell, "Sound the alarm!" And then a light bluish blast hits him, and electricity like kind of cascades over his body. And then he suddenly goes rigid, and his eyes roll up into the back of his head, and he passes out. And you turn to see the aide holding a small modified las pistol. It says, "Oh, good, it worked. I was quite concerned. That could have killed him, which wouldn't have been great." And you hear the sergeant outside be like, "What's going on in there? I heard ruckus, and I hate ruckus."
You want to handle this one, Inquisitor? I look to her.
Is he calling from outside?
Yeah.
I just open the door just like the tiniest smidge and just like, "Go away," and close it again.
Just hear him mutter like, "I don't like them, but they are efficient." So the secretary says, "I am so sorry about all of this, and I'm so glad you came and that you got my call. I wasn't sure anyone would. My name is Pius Veneton, and I have been serving under Commissar Nihilus for some time, and I was quite disturbed at the nature of these events, and I'm ever so glad the Inquisition saw fit to send you. Did an Inquisitor come with you? Or are you all we get?" He looks like really expectant.
Looks to Kimbria.
"We have been sent by the Inquisition with their authority to sort this matter out."
He just like raises his hand. He's like, "Good enough. I don't want to hassle you. I was just curious. So listen, here's the problem." And he kind of like goes over, and you see him just like sink into the commissar's chair, and there's just a real like, this. It's like anytime someone sits in the captain's chair of a Star Trek ship, and everyone's like, and they're like, "One day." He explains that this mission has gone completely fucking pear-shaped. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. They arrived to find the miners in full revolt, the mine itself no longer producing, and the miners who had risen up had complete control of the mines. The local PDF forces were strapped thin. Most of them had defected alongside the miners. And so there weren't many people left. It was down to one of the few remaining loyalists, a man named Captain Manx, and sort of like 5 other real fucking hard case PDF soldiers who had seen some shit, and were mostly like older people who'd kind of spent some time in the shit, as it were. Basically, the Imperial Guard, along with Manx and his men, attempted to take the mine. But even though Veneton wasn't there, nor was Nihilus, the accounts were that there were, as has been indicated to you a few times now, that there is something in the mines. And Veneton is a tremendously his name is quite literal. He's a tremendously pious believer. He's not a fanatic by any stretch, but as soon as men started coming out of the mines with deformities that they hadn't had going in, extra hands, one of them kept scratching his face, saying that there are too many eyes. There was a person who came out and kept falling over because they kept insisting that they had an extra leg. He immediately recognized this as not Xeno problems. These are fucking chaos problems. However, Nihilus wanted to close this case as quickly as possible, and the mines are so dangerous that keeping people in there was going to lead to some bad stuff. He explains that most of the guards people who are in this regiment are smart, they're good. Despite his bluster, Raymond cares desperately about his unit. And unfortunately, they locked a bunch of their own people in the mines, along with Manx and his small regiment and whatever else is down there. So he basically concludes by saying, like, look, in terms of the safety of my people, I truly wish that all of us could leave as soon as we can. but that would be an act of cowardice and heresy against the Imperium itself and the Emperor and his golden throne.
I nod emphatically.
Yeah, he's a bit of a kindred spirit. You can kind of tell, and he's just like, the threat must be ended now before it spreads, and it would seem that you're the ones to do it. Look, and he kind of like takes the commissar's like badge of authority. He's like, I stole this previously in order to contact you. I can use it to get you into the mine. Please get in there. If you can find Manx, he'll help you. But really, there's something dark in the heart of this mine that must go. It must be purged with fire.
Alrighty, I got a quick question for you here. Low-level guy to low-level guy.
I did used to work at the docks.
Oh, see? Finally, a guy who gets it. All right, so here's the deal, Doxy. What I think we got to do is we put the coat and we put the hat on the commissar. I don't know what your docs were like, but Lord Grimdark was a really big fan of the opera. He had these big operas come through, putting on a show. You had to go or you got fined. And he did this one that was called Weekend at Bernie's. And they snuck a dead guy around. But what I'm thinking is Nihilus wants to be a hero. Nihilus wants you to leave. You seem more capable than him. What if we dress him up and then I walk him inside and then he can be a hero when he's sealed in with us? And he also can't make you leave or get rid of a problem.
It's like, I did see it when it was performed in High Gothic. I believe the name was Vicundius Etum Berneus. So I assume we'll be using him as Berneus, the tragic hero of the opera.
I assume so. I couldn't afford to read the subtitles. You had to pay
Very
for
good.
that.
Yes, I understand. I had a servo skull whisper it in my ear. It was as close to madness as I've ever been. Okay, nifty. Let's do that. And he says, and listen, if you really are set on helping the people who are trapped in there, or at least ascertaining their whereabouts, Raymond might be able to help as well. He just desperately wants to get as many of his people off this rock as he can. And if you can convince him that what you're doing will help that, I'm sure he'll assist.
All right. What do you think, team? Should we bring Raymond in here? Maybe give him that weird laser gun and let him point it at the commissar when we get into the mine? He can keep us all going?
Yes, he will be helpful.
Yeah, Mira will just kind of like shrug, not really feeling it strongly one way about it, one way or another.
So, awkward moment. If we bring this Raymond guy in here, with Doxy to another guy, what do you think the odds are that he tries to shoot us as traitors?
Not low. It's a risk. Not unlike in the sequel to Vicundius et Berneus, where they tried to find Berneus's gold. It was a true risk to revive him using psyker powers from the warp. But then he did that silly dance, which was delightful. So it's up to you. You do run the risk that he might inform on our scheme, as it were. And after all, I only get 2 shots with this stun blaster before I think it explodes. So...
You think you could use that commissar badge that you got to put some different orders in that skull that we could give to Raymond?
I mean, I did spend 3 years at Servitor Skull School. I suppose I could try. What orders do you want to issue to Raymond?
All right, let's. I feel like 3 orders is a good number. Everybody gets 1. I would say he's been seconded to our inquisitorial task force and answers to Kimbria.
I like how all of us panic check our notes to not mispronounce it, as though it's a real person's name and we're really upset that we might offend them.
I wrote it with a K so I could remember how to say it.
Smart.
All right,
My
that's
man.
my order. Kimbria and Mir both have their orders they get to add.
Cool.
Mir will say, oh God, a rescue mission has been greenlit, and his emphatic support is required.
That's a good one. That's a good one. What about you, Inquisitor?
Just be that the Inquisition demands complete loyalty, and they must acknowledge Cambria as their.
Laura, you're really good at 40K talk. I just want to throw this out there. The map for this module has like a bunch of random, like, delightful 40K flavor shit written in, and one of them was like, "Remember, tolerance is the lead. Like, tolerance leads to treachery." Was it?
Tolerance.
The rewards of tolerance are treachery and betrayal. It's just on a map. It's just a map. Chill out. It's a map. Like, instead of like a compass, they're like, here's some weird space Nazi shit for you. So, like, good. You're doing it. You're doing it, Peter. Cool.
Love it.
Great. Very fun. All right. So he programs all those into the servo skull, and then he just leans over and he's like, "Fly, fly, little skull bird," and then he blows on the back of it, and it hovers out of the door.
That's just like I open the door and like close the door behind it.
Yeah. And he's like, "Oh, right. You see, I told you I didn't quite complete the school." And outside, you just hear like a shitty Vox-coded like, "Your rescue mission has been greenlit. Absolute to the Imperium. You must be seconded to the Imperium." And he's like, "Well, shit." And then he opens the door. He's like, "Well, who am I to argue with a floating skull? I guess I'm on team you guys now." And then he reaches for his gun with his like malfunctioning robot hand, pulls it out, and just fumbles to the ground. He's like, "Oh, sassafras!" And he grabs it with his organic hand, and he's like, "It's a good thing I can shoot with both."
Sassafras.
We're standing in a line, the three of us, shoulder to shoulder, so that he can't see past us to the unconscious commissar.
And then Veneton, like, you see the commissar suddenly like lurch up.
And I catch him.
Yep.
Hold him up by the shoulders.
Pius comes around with the bottle of liquor, and he's just like, I'm terribly sorry, Sergeant. It would seem that the commissar has sought tactical wisdom in the bottom of the bottle, but luckily these delightful Inquisitor types have offered to assist him in opening the mine. What do you guys do to help aid this blatant lie?
Mere smiles.
It's one of the things, you got to work with an Inquisitor. Stuff gets changed up. She's an Inquisitor. The Commissar agrees, right, Commissar? And from behind his neck, I just like pull his hair back so his head nods.
Yeah, you want to rescue your troops, don't you?
I do want to rescue my troops, and a nod from the Commissar is okay by me. I've taken orders from less. He spends a minute like sort of refitting his servo arm, and then he does like a weird like anime like closed fist gesture to show that his strength has returned, and he says, "All right, let's do this." Did I just finish Final Fantasy VII? Yes. Did I see that gesture a lot from Barrett?
You sure did.
Yes. You make your way to the entrance to the mine. As you leave the guards camp, the Imperial Guardsman camp, you actually find small like enclaves of miners sitting around fires. And you can see that these are civilians who have who were in the mines, were working the mines, but who clearly fled, who weren't part of the uprising. And as you walk, you can smell sort of a chemical stench in the air, and you can see that they're actually burning plastic. There doesn't seem to be anything natural to burn, so they're burning whatever they can find, and they look disheveled, pretty gaunt, and it occurs to you kind of for the first time that if this uprising started a week ago, these miners have likely just been like here for a week, and they look terrified of you as you pass, because like the guard is one thing, but all of you look different enough that they're just like panicked.
Weird murderers. Yeah.
Like, honestly, they might think you're what a Space Marine looks like because they would have never seen one. It's entirely possible. Like, they're just...
Yeah, the Imperium considers ignorance a virtue.
Yeah, it's the Darth Vader thing from Star Wars, where it's just like, if you don't know who Darth Vader is, theoretically anyone could be Darth Vader, and you just have to be scared of him all the time. So you arrive at the giant, massive, sort of circular door, and there's you see Genesys is back up on the he's up on like a small scaffolding that seems to kind of control the electric clamps that have been drilled into the seat. Like this door would normally just open, but they've drilled clamps in around it to keep it closed, which gives it the Stargate appearance. You kind of nod to him, and he throws a switch, and you see all the clamps like grind open, and then he actually like whistles, and you see two miners kind of come up from either side with a herd of these weird woolly animals that are kind of think like a mid-sized bear. So they're kind of that size. And they very quickly and adeptly kind of lash these things up to some harnesses that are just kind of sitting near the doors. And then at Genesys' second whistle, the miners clap, and the animals start lumbering forward. And you hear just a massive groaning screech as these massive doors start to slowly be pulled open. And it takes a significant amount of time. You're there for about 20 minutes. The cold really, really getting into your bones. But in watching this, you realize like these doors exist, but they're really never meant to be shut unless something truly fucked up has happened. As they open, you get kind of the rest of the briefing from the sergeant and Veneton, who explain that the mine at sort of the heart of the issue seems to be called the Shatter. It's shaft number 12, and it the uprising was kind of throughout the Gorgonid mines. But the mine system is massive. Like, this would be a days, possibly weeks exploration if you were to just go everywhere. They recommend that odds are, if you kind of want to find where the corruption is, that's the spot to check. As the massive doors open, one moment. Right. As the massive doors open, you enter into a large chamber with several mining routes. You can see there's sort of like vehicles, carts, and that sort of thing to move mining equipment. But clearly this is the final processing spot before it goes out. So it's a pretty big cavern, just surrounded by gear, all of which is obviously sitting idle. You also see a few bodies. There are some miners. There's a couple... you see kind of like shreds of what look like Imperial Guard uniforms, but only things that have been like blasted off by gunfire. There's a bit of blood, but perhaps most alarmingly, there are two bodies that slump outward as the doors open. And you notice that it's two Imperial Guard, both of which are clutching pistols and seem to have shot each other out of desperation, realizing the mine was not going to reopen. The sergeant immediately goes, "Oh, no!" And he like rushes up to them, and he just, it's more an instinct to go to them, not really, he obviously can't help them. But he's just like, "I told that son of a bitch, I told you," and he turns around and he points at the commissar. He's like, "I told you our guys were still alive. God, Emperor, damn it." And he starts like kind of like picking up their bodies. And I think I'm going to say that, unless you try and convince him to stay, that might... Oh, no, because there's probably other people in. So he just kind of like grabs their tags for now, and closes their eyes. And he says, if there's any more of our people in here, we got to get them out.
That's the mission.
And to solve this problem.
Oh, yeah.
And get the mine working again.
Yeah, we got to deal with whatever the problem is, get the good people out, put the bad people down. And then at the end of the day, we get back to digging, fill in them boxes. Boxes go on the ships and go up, just like the docks. You got to keep them docks flowing.
He's like, "Oh, you needn't explain docks to me, fellow dockman." So you have a map from the commissar's office that lets you kind of push deeper in. For the sake of kind of my DM sanity, I'm going to say you ditch the commissar with Venetin kind of at the entrance. Like inside the entrance, but at the entrance.
Agreed.
Yep.
The sergeant will go with you, but his goal is very much like get his people out. So odds of him staying with you the whole way are low. Okay, so what are your kind of marching orders? You're starting to descend down a tunnel towards Shaft 12, the Shatter. You are starting to find traces of blood on the ground and the walls. The space is dark. The light's kind of low. It's lit by glowing green lanterns that are installed in the walls. But unfortunately, in kind of classic mineshafty fashion, they're at irregular intervals and provide kind of a sickly green light that casts long-reaching shadows. Mirror, you feel something squish under your boot. And as you look around, you see sort of thick orange centipedes seem to be crawling in and out of small crevices, kind of in and around. And now that you're looking for them, you can kind of see they're everywhere.
Okay. Do I know anything about this kind of animal? Like, is this something that I've seen?
The Imperium is a vast and strange place. Like, it's a Star Wars level of like random bullshit on every planet that doesn't make sense on any other planet.
Got it.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. A laser gun, is that a pistol or a rifle or what?
Yours, I believe, is a pistol.
Pistol. Okay.
I was kind of setting you up for like a pistol axe kind of combo.
That is what I think I'll do then. Is I'll withdraw my pistol, like pull my axe off my back, and I'll take point. I'll walk up in the front. Yep. Yeah.
Cool. It's like Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it goes like las pistol, las gun is like a rifle, las cannon's like.
Las cannon's the anti-tank version. Yeah. Las gun is the rifle.
Okay, so it is labeled las gun. Is it a rifle then?
It should be a pistol.
Pistol. Okay, it should be a las pistol. Okay.
Yeah. I was adapting second edition rules into Genesys, as well as trying to justify why Conan the Barbarian would carry a rifle.
Tom, I have an extended ability, so I'm imagining I'm probably Mir may be like scouting because he's probably stealthier and better in the environment than me. I'm probably shielding Kimbria just because I'm the guy with the riot shield that probably has the slot in the side for the hand cannon. Yeah. But I have an ability. Sorry, go for it.
No, I'm saying I'm also like very agile. So.
Well, I think it would make sense that you would send Mir up ahead. Because if something big... See, the other thing is, like, a riot shield's great if people start shooting. But if a fucking, like, dinosaur falls out of the ceiling, that riot shield is worth shit.
Yeah.
But the barbarian is worth barbarian. But it makes sense that it's, like, tough guy you can kind of eat lead, shield that prevents squishy assassin from getting killed, assassin with rifle makes a lot of marching order sense to me. Yep.
Yeah, Tom, I have an ability called Reconstruct the Scene. And I mean, we can use that if we've got a specific scene we want to figure out later, but we might be able to just use this as general journey through the mine. Or how do you want to do that? We don't have to. It's just an idea.
No, you 100% should use it. That's a great skill for this. I would prefer that you save it for a specific crime scene.
Sold.
If we're using Witcher or Batman logic, this is like, or Red Dead or anything else, this is the blood trail that leads you to the crime scene. So what you could ascertain is blood happened here. Which is not as important.
I believe in blood. That sounds good.
Yep. And don't feel like you can only use that. It is based on your strain, but feel free to use that liberally.
Cool.
I believe it's like you spend 2 strain and you can ascertain.
It isn't written, but that makes sense to me.
No. It's yours is a check. You have to pass.
Yeah,
it's
a hard perception check. So it's 3 dice. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so then don't worry about the strain.
Cool.
It's not like you work your brain so hard it overheats, and you're like, oh no, my brains!
I can't look anymore. I'm imagining too much.
You just Temple of fucking Raiders yourself.
Yeah, he said, I'm here for the docs, not the thoughts. Oh God, docs, not thoughts. He just falls over.
They're in my eyes.
Don't worry, I can think all day now. I'm not 30.
Also, guys, it's hot enough now in Toronto that I'm overheating from wearing a hat. What an age to be alive.
I'm in my shorts for the first time this year.
Yep. Okay, so Cool. So you make your way to the entrance to Shaft 12. And this is where that crime scene stuff might start coming more into play. It's a massive metal door with the number 12 in Roman numerals I forget what the font is, but they use the same fucking font for everything. Stenciled onto the door. But you can see spray painted above it is the Shatter.
Okay.
And this spray paint looks old as hell. It's chipped, and it's old enough that the sort of the metal on the door itself is like rusted and dirty enough that like this isn't a recent edition. And you can actually see there's the blood kind of gets a bit more concentrated here, and you can see clear drag marks that seem to lead under the door. However, they have been disturbed. Like you can see there's a clear kind of sweeping arc where the door has been closed through the blood.
Does the door have any visible locks or anything like that? Or is it just a door?
It does, but they're on your side. So there's kind of like a classic like armfall bar that is loosely down. Again, like it's pretty clear this door was like slammed from the inside, and this thing just kind of fell to wherever it is.
So it's opening towards us.
Yes, it opens out towards you, and when you close, you can lock it. The goal being that if the mine exploded, slam.
It's kind of like blast doors kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly. If you'll remember, they're mostly mining fuel down here. So, right. And you saw the gas kind of exploding from the surface earlier. So, yeah, it's definitely like if you need to seal it, it's kind of one of the layers similar to on a submarine or anything else where you can just seal off decks. It's like if the shaft goes, you can lock the shaft. If the whole mine's going, you close the fucking Jurassic Park doors.
Right.
Opening them's a bitch, but closing them is an easier process.
All right, cool. Then, yeah, I imagine Ishmael would immediately try to figure out what the hell happened in this, like, quote-unquote crime scene.
Give you this one without the reconstruction roll.
Okay, cool.
Because from this side, there's very limited information. But looking down at the blood and everything else, it's clear that one or more things was dragged through this door. But the odd thing is that this door was then closed because it opens out towards you. So it was closed inward. So bloody things were dragged in, and then the door was closed from within.
From within, okay.
But it's locked. Sorry, it's locked from our side, though, right? So somebody closed the arm.
Loosely, it looks closer to a if you slam
it could have
hard
fallen.
Enough, it looks like because when you go up, it hasn't been pushed down with any weight. It is down, but it's kind of like resting. So yeah, when you open it, it looks like it fell.
I want to try to lift up the arm.
Yep, it lifts very easily. You can tell that even though other pieces of this mine are in ill repair, everything you've seen that is essential to the running and the operation of the mine has been flawless. Like all the machinery is well kept. The door is old but in good shape, and yep, it opens without a squeak.
I was gonna say, yeah. So then probably as it's opening, I'd take a knee if Kimberly and I actually coordinate, and then I could basically cover myself with the shield with the shot cannon, and Kimberly, if you want to just like aim over my shoulder, it's like portable cover for the door as it opens.
So Kimberly, I got a sniper question for you. Usually, it's funny because we just talked about this in Blood and Syrup as well. Usually in a sniper team, there's a spotter and a sniper because it fucking sucks looking down a scope. They're real bad. It's like that much, and it blows. You're an assassin who grew up on a ship, so I imagine shooting you were doing was probably like weird space pests and pirates and that sort of shit. Mm-hmm. Do you think you're the kind of person who has a sniper rifle, looks around, sees something, and then sights, or are you a looking down the sights all the time person?
No, looking around and then sights.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, 100%.
So you're comfortable enough that it's there to there.
Also, like growing up in close quarters, it's like you have to be very much aware of your immediate surroundings and things that are close to you.
Yeah, so that's probably something worth talking about then. What do you imagine this rifle looks like? Is it like a shorter barrel? Like, is it more like a World War I or World War II like rifle rather than like a fucking sniper rifle?
It's not like a 6 foot long crazy thing.
I feel
And
like
is
that
it
would
so-
break your body
Yeah, I
based
was
on
gonna
how
say-
you described your body.
Is it solid round or last round?
What's the last round? What's that?
I think
don't know
because
what
so
that
that'd
is.
be lasers versus hard ammo. Because
Oh.
you grew up in space, I feel like it would have to be laser. Only
Yeah.
because you can dial down the intensity on a laser. You can't dial down the
Yeah.
intensity on a bullet. So we'll say
Yeah, that makes
laser.
sense.
That also means it can be shorter barrel because you don't need to control a bullet for any length of time. So yeah, let's say it's still very much like a sniper rifle, but I love the close quarters thing.
Yeah, it's like a compact sniper rifle.
So maybe let's think of it more almost as like a hunting shotgun. That's just tooled to look more like it's got the scope.
Yeah.
And it's more of a sniper rifle thing, but it's built close enough that it's like,
Yes.
you know, it lives between your arms. It's not like, oh yeah, what am I gonna do?
Also, to be clear, I would 100% have like attachments.
Oh no, when I
Yes,
say when I say like a hunting shotgun, I mean like that's the size. I'm imagining this thing
Yes.
is tricked out like
Yes.
this is like a Borderlands gun. It's just got
Yes.
a bunch of wacky shit on it that doesn't make sense. Imperial crest 5 times.
It's got a little step counter for you.
Yeah. And
Step count.
Mm.
That's important in space. You got to get exercise or you lose
Very
muscle.
funny.
yeah, but they track it in inches because that's how Warhammer works. Like, oh man, I got my 8 in today. That's my whole movement.
Well, I was going to say, interesting fact: the game tracks in inches, but the books are kilometers.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
It's an exhausting nightmare for all involved. But admittedly, the only way I know inches now because of that 18-inch Warhammer stick. Which sounds filthy. But
Yes,
it was.
it does.
If you were a teenager playing Warhammer like me, you'll know how chaste that was.
Yeah.
If you know what that
18.
stick looks like, you don't fuck.
Yeah.
18
Except
inches
up your opponents!
of fun.
Oh, blood for the blood god!
It's not
Wow.
even worth saying the joke.
Yeah, just like a super thin, super pointy 18-inch red stick. That's
Uncut? Uncut?
L'chaim. All right. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, you just come in over top with the rifle, looking around. You ease the door open, and as you do, there's a wet, meaty thwack as just like basically pulped bodies fall that were slumped against the door, slide, just kind of collapse outward towards you. This is you can tell that these bodies are wearing all the guards, the Imperial Guardsmen are in gray. These people are wearing blue, like a light, almost powder blue. And from just a quick look, I think particularly Mir, I don't think you care about armor too much, but like Kimbra, knowing, just I feel like it's less armor and more so just like being in space. You wear suits like this is sad. There's no flak jackets. Like this is clearly like just wearing fatigues into combat. So clearly identifiable as planetary defense forces for Secundius Spherus. Yeah,
Sephiroth
Sephiroth
Secundus.
Secundus. Yeah, it's a Harry Potter spell. I don't know. Yeah, so you can tell there's maybe one guard, a couple miners, and they look like they have been essentially cut in half. There are a lot of torsos and a lot of
Legs?
hips and legs. But other than that, there's just a lot of gore. And you just hear the sergeant be like, "Oh, by the Primarchs, what a fucking mess."
If I'm kind of peeking around the door now that I've pulled it open, can I tell if these are clean cuts or messy cuts?
Can you roll me a check for that? And Ryan, are you gonna like CSI this?
Yeah, I think I got a CSI because I want to. Basically, I think the big thing he's looking for is to try to figure out if anybody could have walked away from this, because we haven't heard anybody in the rest of the mine. So, like, are there any signs that this isn't just well, everybody's dead, fuck it?
Yeah, totally. Okay, so the entrance to the rest of this place is you can tell that the shaft itself is less well cut. Like, all of these have been kind of laser drilled out. In this case, we've gone from kind of relatively natural cave formation, where there's actually room and height, to a much smaller kind of I honestly can't think of a better analogy than this. It's almost intestinal. Like, the walls are bumpy and kind of curving. This space is a bit larger. As you can see, it's kind of the central hub space. It breaks off kind of into two directions ahead. But this central room is, for lack of a better term, a slaughterhouse. There's no one moving in here. That isn't to say, like, we'll do the crime scene investigation thing, but I think you can kind of clearly tell that there are likely people somewhere in here because something had to do this. Mm-hmm. None of this is possible, unlike up top, where like the two guys clearly shot each other out of mercy. Yeah. Down here, it's like, no, this doesn't just happen. So, large room. There are just like literally like giblets of people everywhere. It's pretty fucking disgusting in here. There's just a reeking stench of death and, all manner of delightful things.
All right, and nobody touched this scene. I have OSHA training. I got to go look around. I'm a health and safety guy. Very important on the docks. The end result is one advantage, but one failure.
I know there's an OSHA violation here, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
You know what I'm going to say?
He says, putting his finger on a live wire.
Yeah. You know what, guys? I think the mine is unsafe.
Yeah, so Ryan, I think what I'll give you for that is you get kind of the information I was giving Tyler, which is something did this, so there's clearly something still here. The failure comes from the fact that there's so much gore, and also such a wide variety of gore. Because it's not just the door. It'd be one thing if everything was concentrated here, but like it's the walls. Like a couple of the Green Lanterns are covered in blood. They're casting like just a funky kind of like
brown.
Yeah, I was gonna say
purpley
purple,
brown light. Yeah.
It's just it's all sorts of weird. You can see some shredded guardsman outfits amongst, and by outfits I mean like there's gore attached to them, but we don't need to go into details. You can see miners, like it's a fucking like jambalaya gumbo of death. Where you can identify that bad things happened, you just can't make head or tail of it because the heads and tails are everywhere. But the advantage will give you something did this. Also, it's not a clean cut. It also doesn't necessarily look like it was a blade.
Okay.
All right, so we got something here. It's not a guy with a knife that did this. I don't think it was guns.
Can you imagine?
I looked
like
around.
Mr. Zaz being like, I did it.
It's not electricity. Nobody dropped anything. Some of the miners that I've seen, they've got the back supports. You know what? I think they're careful here. Pretty well maintained place. Like, I don't think this was OSHA. I think this was something else.
It's more like, oh shit.
That's what we're going to call this thing. Oh shit. That's what I learned from my supervisor. I almost had his job once. Then they framed me for murder and heresy.
What do we see beyond
when you walk
this?
through the jungle? Sorry, Tyler. Yep.
What do we see beyond this grisly scene further in?
So again, it's sort of the entry to the kind of additional branches to the shaft. This is like a small corridor that you get the sense that like, if you were to look at the walls and stuff, there are likely hooks for people to leave gear and that sort of thing. But it's kind of like if the initial space you walked into was the staging spot for the entire mine, this is the staging spot for
this shaft.
At the end of the shaft, you can see there is a door, like a legitimate metal door, closed door on your left, and on your right, it descends kind of into the cavern.
Okay.
And based on the map, from there, that's when it starts to get into that real like roots or tree branches thing where it starts just like expanding.
I'll make my way inside, kind of stepping over all these corpses. the smell of blood filling my nostrils and kind of giving me a little bit of a buzz.
Can you roll me?
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'll go to the end and I will position myself to be looking down where this hallway and this shaft continues, and position myself to cover us. If we want to check the door, I can watch our backs with this tunnel.
Okay, great. Can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yeah.
So that is cunning and perception.
Okay.
And can I ask, would Mira be more focused on what's down? I think I have the answer to this, but what's down the dark, spooky shaft, or what's behind the door?
Shaft.
In terms of where you're listening and potential. Okay, great.
Shaft, yeah.
Dope.
So that's 2 yellow for me.
Okay, cool. I'll say from down the shaft, 3 purple.
3 purple. Okay. Anything else you want to add to that, or can I roll?
I'll give you 1 blue because you're getting a bit of a buzz from all the slaughter gore. I think that actually just like heightens your senses a bit. You're really, it's perked you up to like, oh shit, it's go time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Aw, slaughter gore.
1 success, 1 advantage.
Nice.
Damn good. Okay. So from down the shaft, you actually think you can hear like heaving sobs, but they sound guttural and a little bit odd. And then you hear a sound that I think you weirdly of the 3 in the party, you're the only one who knows what this sounds like. The sound of rending tendons and bone.
Okay.
Oh.
And the 1 advantage point we're going to save for when you go down the hallway. So just please keep that in mind as kind of a hold going forward. Cool. So with Mir kind of taking up a position to guard against the unknown hallway, Kimbria and Ishmael, what do you do?
I think Ishmael would look to Kimbria knowing that this place is covered in bodies and gore and looks awful, and Kimbria like really cares about looking sleek and elegant in like a fancy outfit. Would Kimbria want to either be carried or ride his back across this gore piggyback style, or is Kimbria going to walk?
No, Kimbria is going to walk over the corpses.
I feel like it's almost a mark of the Inquisition that it's just like, yes, the investigation ends up everywhere. To the ends of the earth.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, Ishmael, do you just quietly like try and push aside gore with your toe as you go?
Oh, I don't think he cares at all. There's a lot of mess
Oh,
on the
I meant
docks.
for her. Like if you're trying to clear the way, she's going to try and walk elegantly through it like a fucking inquisitor.
Oh, see, I feel like he would turn to ask if she wanted something, and she's already gone, and it's just that moment of like, fine, and then just like trudge clumsily through corpses after her.
You think you hear Raven say like, well, maybe I'd like a clean pet. Ah, hell.
No, because a blood caked like robe or whatever, it can still billow. For sure. That's fine.
Laura says, speaking from her experience of blood-soaked robes.
She does a lot of costumed murders, my wife.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I feel like you've got that like stitched into a pillow somewhere. A blood-soaked robe can still billow. Just nice cursive writing.
Yeah, it's your live, laugh, love thing that you just like fucking put up in your kitchen. A friend of mine got one that was just like, I think it was like, fuck, eat, laugh or something, and just like put that up, and I was like, that's nice because it the laugh part seems fine, and then you hit the rest, and you're like, well, what a great metaphor for this mind. Cool. So with that in mind, Kimbria, you reach the door first. It is a large, heavy metal door that has the word foreman stenciled into it in a Gothic font. What do you do?
Can I open it? Is there any way? Does it have a handle, or is it?
Yeah, 100%. Like it's a regular door. So you reach out, grab the handle, and attempt to open it. The door doesn't move. It seems to be locked. And on the other side of the door, you just hear, "Shit! Quiet! Quiet!"
I yell, "Who's there?"
There is silence, but go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. How do I? So that's.
Oh, yeah. So you will see on your it's a cunning-based skill.
Cunning. Okay. So that means 2 green.
So 2 green. And do you have any ranks in perception?
No, I don't.
Okay, so just 2 green.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this is a 2 purple check, but you're also listening through a door, so they'll add 1 black.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll add 1 blue because you're not speaking in chaos tongues. You know what? 2 blue.
Okay.
You don't actively sound evil.
All
You
right.
didn't show up being like, the eyes! The eyes!
Okay. All right. Rolling. 1 advantage.
Okay. So they're dead silent on the other side of the door. But that suggests to you, the point of advantage will get you, that suggests to you that they also aren't raving murder monsters.
Right.
Because raving murder monsters ain't so good at the stealth.
Right.
And I appear over your shoulder, and I'm like, I know it's really hard. I was almost a foreman, and I'm glad that you and I are having this moment together. It's good to know that you're thinking about me while we're down here, just remembering the little people.
What?
I assume you're looking at the door because it says foreman, and I told you I was almost a foreman. My whole life, that's what I wanted, and it was a failed dream, and now we're in a gore-soaked room.
There are people behind this door.
Oh, okay. Well, fine. Raymond, door.
He
I
says,
had no idea you were a foreman.
"What, you want me to punch through it with my robot arm?"
She said there's people back there. I'm assuming they're your friends. You want to say hi? Maybe they open it?
His eyes open a little bit. He's like, "Oh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sorry. I'm suspicious by nature." He goes up, and he pounds on the door. He's like, "Doo, doo, doo. Hey! Hey! Hey!
Speak
That's,
words.
Hey, listen. Your ladyship. Gotta tell you, that's our call and response down here in the unit. I yell, hey, hey, hey. And if they don't yell, hey, back, well, they ain't no member of the 9 to 7th.
This is like an episode of The Tick. All I can say is hey and what?
Grim dark tick. So he
Grim
just
tick.
like cocks his gun and he's like, "So they aren't mine."
So, all right, here's a question. Bang, bang, bang. Listen, I'm just a guy from the docks, but you guys...
Hey, you're from the docks?
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Hey,
Yeah,
we're
man.
from the mines.
Oh, that's great. I'm a health and safety guy. How you guys doing in there?
Oh, hey. Hey, we got one of those guys in here. You OSHA trained?
Oh, yeah. You guys run a tight ship other than the murders.
Oh, yeah, that's real unfortunate.
So is Captain Manx in there? Any of those people?
Yeah, no, that's me.
Oh, cool. Can we come inside so we don't get murdered out here while we don't know what's going on?
Sorry, I don't know how to ask this in a polite way, and given that you work at the docks and I work at the mine, we're both OSHA trained, and we both aspire to be foremen. I'm just gonna come out and say this. Are you a crazy murder monster, or are you that asshole commissar? You with that guy?
No, I'm not a murderer, and I hit that commissar with the shield once. It was great.
You just hear the locks start opening so fast. And it opens up, and you open it to find just like your first hit was just a smell of humanity. These people have clearly been trapped in this room for like a bit, and the foreman, or it was the foreman, Captain Manx, steps out, and he's just like a real like worn down like Aaron Eckhart type, but like Aaron Eckhart in that fucking Alien movie, what was it, Battle Los Angeles? Where it's just like
Battlefield LA.
yeah. Where it's just like tired Aaron Eckhart, who's like, I just needed the paycheck, guys. Dark Knight was great, but it's been a while. So just like and like they're all wearing PDF outfits, Planetary Defense Force. They've just like, and they're all in various forms of like having tied it off around their waist and what have you. But he's just like, man, I could hug you, but I don't want to get this on any of you. Oh, holy shit, are you an Inquisitor? He looks at Kimbria. I'm sorry, Laura, it occurs to me you don't know where you are on my screen. I just made direct eye contact with you and was like, why the fuck isn't Laura picking up what I'm putting down? Guys, I'm getting too used to Zoom D&D.
I just say, I am acting under the full authority of the Inquisition. Yes.
And he just starts nodding, and he's like, fuck yeah. And then everyone else is like, yeah, fuck yeah, okay, yeah, fuck yeah. He's like, we're real glad to see you. Hail the Emperor. Am I right?
Yes,
Yeah.
hail.
Yeah, hail him. And OSHA.
Well, I mean,
Hey, Mir,
that's
you want to
implied.
get in on this conversation? I feel like everybody should meet the people who came in.
There's something in the tunnel.
And Max is like, oh yeah, there's a lot of shit in the tunnels. And then he sees the sergeant and he's like, a lot of shit that this fucking asshole and his people left us to deal with. And Raymond's like, fuck, too many accents. He's like, now listen, I don't know what in the Sam hell you're talking about. That's how I get back into it. What the Sam hell you're talking about? This is your problem, you and your fucking minds. And you can tell that it's starting to escalate. Meanwhile, Mir, you've heard the sobbing go quiet.
Quiet, please. Quieter.
Okay, everybody's got to shut up right now, real quick. You guys stay quiet and talk with Kimbria. I'm going to go wait in the hallway for the murderer with Mir, because he's quieter than you. I just turn and go aside to, like, take position next to Mir.
Cool. So, Kimbria, you're left with, you've got the sergeant and the captain, both of whom seem like furious with each other. Also, someone with no diplomacy, but who is an inquisitor. It's up to you to figure out what to do with the situation.
Yeah. I just get straight down to it. It's like, okay, we need to act quickly. How many are there? What are we dealing with? Tell me everything you know.
Manx is like, look, there's still a lot of good people down there, but all the Imperial Guard left us to die. The second things got hot, they left. The second they ran up against the horrors that the people who have worked down here have been warning them about. I refuse to work with this man. And the sergeant's like, fuck this guy.
Inconsequential. I understand that this is important to you, but this is the business of the Inquisition, and we must solve this immediately to spare lives. And more importantly, get the mind working.
More importantly.
I mean,
weirdly,
we need one
like,
for the other.
Weirdly, that actually kind of works for Manx. He did want to be a foreman. But the sergeant just shakes his head and he's like, fuck all this, I'm going to get my men. And he just like storms past Mir and Ishmael and just down into the caverns. Do either of you attempt to stop him?
Mir won't.
I think Ishmael would try to stop him just because this is a murder zone and Manx is holed up in a room. I feel like I just step into the way, just to the left, and then do that awkward thing where I would just keep stepping when he tried to step to go around and be like, listen, I understand we don't know what OSHA violations are down there. People are dying. If you look here, people have been spread liberally from floor to ceiling. We don't actually know what's down there yet. Can you tell us? We can help you. We can shoot it. He's got an axe.
Sorry, you're talking to Manx or to... This is Sergeant Raymond, who's like...
Oh, sorry. It's very dark. It's a mine. Raymond, you're also You wait. You're useless. Stop.
You've been ordered to follow the Inquisitor. She's given you
Fucking
an order not
skulls! And he just goes and like sits angrily while you continue to negotiate.
to. Don't be mad. I just saved your life.
Tyler, this is the weirdest, fucking scariest character you've ever played in our life. You're
Thanks.
so
I feel-
reasonable. You're so nice. You're not insane at all.
Oh,
But
yeah,
man,
no,
am
not
I
one bit.
fucking quaking in my boots. I put
feel
on
like-
boots just so I could quake in them.
Oh, okay.
Every single thing that's happened has actually led Ishmael to respect Mir more. And I feel like he looks over at him and he's like, listen, I'm not going to say in advance, but if we got to do this again, I'm thinking maybe you should be the Inquisitor.
I glower.
No, you're tied up talking to Manx. You're fully on Inquisition business. So
Part of
Manx
me
is like,
senses it.
yeah, when there's only
Latent
6 people on your
abilities.
ship, you can just hear everyone no matter where they are. Okay, so yeah, Manx basically says, look, conditions in the mines have been terrible for a long time. The Imperium, it's not kind to people who are necessary to its machines, but that's the only life we know. We were called in to help put down the revolt, and we did our best, but we weren't prepared for what was down there. When the company came, they I mean, you're Inquisitors. My grandmother used to tell stories about when the Inquisitors came and wiped out the cult. Why are you here now? I thought the job was done.
There was still heresy afoot here.
Yeah, okay.
Clearly.
Well, it doesn't speak particularly well to the powers of the Inquisition to leave the job undone, but I'm glad you're here now. Look, there are monsters down there. I saw my own people go mad. I saw them start to tear into each other's flesh. I saw people turn guns on each other. And then when the guard showed up, the same thing happened to them. But one of my best fighters, she made it out. She has since died, but she told me there seems to be a source. She said there was a wall of screaming faces and some kind of stone, something that shouldn't be. And she said that was the source of it. She saw visions when she looked at it and heard screaming voices in her head. And she was convinced that that's the way to stop it. We just need to get to whatever that is. And honestly, we're running on low. We don't have much ammo left. We don't have much fight left. But me and my people will help you however we can. But we got to get down and in there. But just be prepared. There's some fucked up shit down there. And I say that with full OSHA training.
Well, I say we let the sergeant go first.
You
That's what he
know,
wanted.
Inquisitor lady, you speak
no
a
one
lot of
looked-
sense.
And everyone looked down. Except you, Sergeant. You just go right on ahead.
So
I was going to say, outside, I feel like Ishmael's been trying to have a quiet conversation with Mir. He's like, Mir, I got an awkward question that you and I might need to deal with, but did you ever go to the service, the church service with the Ecclesiarchy back when your world? You got like priests and stuff?
No.
Okay, then we'll go off of my experience. But from what I know from going to the church for an hour every day or they shoot me, just normal stuff. But remember when they said there was a lot of people just getting like mutated and stuff from here earlier on, that there was like that problem?
Yes.
Yeah, so the priests were real clear because they would make us chant rhythmically over and over again and occasionally hit us with whips. Purge the unclean, burn the mutant, kill the different. I don't know if we're going to get like really high marks if we leave mutants here, and I don't know if we're going to get mutated. I'm just not great on this whole setup.
You want some advice?
I mean, logically, yes. You've made more sense than any of us today.
If I start talking about seeing eyes everywhere, you need to kill me.
Okay,
I've kind of sidled over to them by this point.
And I'll put
something's taking.
And I'll put a hand on Ishmael's shoulder and say, "Don't worry, I'll do the same for you."
Could I add a caveat to this?
Mm.
What if there are eyes and you're just telling me you see them? Like, what if I see them too?
And I just whisper, like, this is why the sergeant is going first. When he sees them, we shoot the fucking walls.
There's a reason she's the fake leader.
See, here's my problem. That statement can be taken two ways. One which supports her and the other which says ignore the advice.
And Mir will nod. Yeah.
OSHA. All right, let's do this.
You hear an echoing voice come up the shaft towards you. And you just hear, "Oh, Jerry. I'm sorry, bud." And then, Mira, you hear the same ripping, rending, cracking sounds. And then the voice just says, "I really don't think you should come down here. I'm so hungry."
We don't know a Jerry, right?
No.
We know a Jim, the guard. Okay.
Mir, you're the smartest of us. What do we do?
Going in to that dark place, we're going in to their territory. It's not safe. It's better we stay here and lure whatever that is out to us. Create an ambush.
Okay, Kimberly, does that make sense to you? You want to get ready and in position? Because there's one thing I can promise you. I can get him here.
How are we going to lure a wall?
I'm going to use
a wall.
There's something eating Jerry down there. I'll make it angry. It seems very regretful. My mother always said to me before she died from radon poisoning from the mine, from the docks when I was 8, I inherited her job like she got it from her mom before her.
Classic Imperium.
Yeah. There's no retirement. You just die for the Emperor. What a maca pride. Local
32.
She
Die
always
for the Emperor.
She said to me, if you've got one gift, it's to hurt people with your words. And then she died. So that's really stuck with me. And it's proven more true than not. So I think I can hurt its feelings and it will come here. Okay, I guess I'm just going to do this. Get in position.
Mira will just point through the double doors and say, could be a good sniping spot back there. Protection with the doors, yeah?
Well spotted.
Mm.
I'll go over.
Okay, and then I'll just take out, I've got my hand cannon, and I'll just start banging it on my shield and be like, Jerry was a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Everybody said you were shit. Also,
shut up, he's delicious.
Yeah, and I'm real fat, and you don't gotta feel bad about eating me like you do Jerry, even though he's a piece of shit. I'd like to use my disorienting voice.
I thought you might. With that, you hear thundering footsteps, and a dark shape lurches out into the shaft. So, just to be clear, it's like a long kind of turning, sort of gently curving shaft with offshoot. Smaller mining spaces. So something comes stumbling out of one of those, and it looks pretty humanoid, except for the arms, which are so long they drag behind it as it walks. And you can see one arm is dragging a body, and the other one just tosses a head up over its shoulder. And he just says, "Sorry, Jerry, you don't need to see this." And then with a horrific scream, it begins shambling up the hall towards you.
Oh, not shambling.
At speed, fast shamble.
It's rambling.
I hate things that shamble. They're never
it's
good.
rambling, man. No, It's Santa Claus. I pulled the C.S. Lewis.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, so it's a shambling monster comes stumbling up the hall. But Mir and Ishmael, you guys have been just like standing by. So what would you like to do as this thing comes rushing up the hall?
Tactically, it would be best to wait for it to meet us. So I think Mir knows this, knows that Kimbria has their backs, so he'll just assume a battle stance with the axe. Is it on us or is it approaching still?
It has to come like up the incline, because basically from the central spot you've kind of got the foreman's office, and then this sort of intestinal tunnel runs deeper and deeper and deeper underground. Okay. So it's coming up that. So you actually do have time to prepare. It's not like on you.
Then axe in one hand, kind of resting on the shoulder, laser pistol drawn with the other, firing down the tunnel at this thing as it closes in.
All right, cool. So I'm going to get you to roll me then a ranged light.
Okay.
With agility.
Okay. 2 yellows.
Fancy.
Is that 3 difficulty or something else?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling up the stats on the creature. I'm going to say it's... Yeah, let's go 3 difficulty. I'm going to add a setback dice, so a black dice, because you're shooting into darkness. Also, its limbs don't make sense, so it's harder to pick a target on this thing.
Okay. I have not role-played this very much, but I do have a hatred of mutants, so I get to add blue to attacks against them.
Admittedly, you didn't know they were mutants. You knew there was, like, shit afoot, so yes. Why do you hate mutants?
I'm used to fighting natural beasts or soldiers, or not soldiers, but warriors.
Sure.
And as this is an aberration, it kind of goes against my code of how one should fight.
Dig it.
Sorry, how many black dice do I add?
Just the 1 for shooting into darkness.
Okay.
But you can also add an additional boost dice for having the high ground. LOL, Anakin Skywalker.
Anything else that I need here?
We have the high ground, Jerry's friend.
I hate you! You were supposed to bring balance to the mines, not destroy them.
The end result was a wash.
Oh,
3
damn.
successes, 2 advantages, 3 failures, 2 threats.
Holy shit. Okay, so let's smash cut then to Ishmael. What are you doing?
Ishmael just like lowers his shield and screams, "Wemyss violation!" And then
We've changed the country for the working code from Wemyss to Ocean, or from Ocean to Wemyss.
In the 40K universe, Wemyss specifically refers to mutant-based safety violations.
Got it.
Whereas OSHA is more for just like Imperium Terran relations. So,
well, one's health and safety, but this is clearly a hazardous materials problem.
Yes, I was going to say that one can be a subsect of the other.
Yeah.
My
Like one's
bluff
OSHA,
has been
but
called.
specifically this is one. And I would say he'll actually fire, but he'll shoot low because he has an ability called hamstring shot, where he can shoot. It does half damage, but if it's successful, he immobilizes the target.
Cool. All right.
He's got long arms, but he's got regular legs.
Regular. Woof. All right, cool. So yeah, go ahead with that.
Right.
This is going to be a similarly 3 difficult, 3 difficulty, 1 setback. 1 for the high ground.
Great, and I will use a story point because he has been bracing himself for combat.
You're going to use brace?
Oh man, yes, but no, because I understand what it means. So okay, let's take the shot. Oh man, this is a weird end result. 1 triumph, 2 failures, 2 threats.
Huh. One triumph, two
triumph?
failure, two threat. So triumph only happens off yellow dice, or despair, which happens off the red.
A triumph is like
counts-
the nat 20 of this game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Cool.
it does a few things. In the case of a triumph, it still adds a success, but it also allows you to trigger a critical. All of your weapons have like weird critical things they can do. You can either spend a bunch of advantage to do that, or you can spend a triumph. But you're right, Ryan. This is a weird fucking breakdown. Okay. So I'm gonna say you can do. What does hamstring shot do?
It's half damage, but it immobilizes the target.
Okay, so you can't crit for that, I don't think. But we can say that the crit will let you do that.
Great. So I do 4 damage,
Okay.
which is the half. It's
Yeah.
piercing 1
Oh, that is helpful. Okay.
and inaccurate 1. I don't know what the hell that means.
That means that in theory we add an extra difficulty dice to the roll, but that's fine. We'll do that next time.
Okay.
Just because it
sucks
a-
if it's far. Yeah. It's
a hand cannon. It's super powerful, but aiming it is a silly fool's errand. Okay, so sorry, you said 4 points of damage, right?
4 points of damage is the half total because it starts at 8. Tom, dare I make a suggestion? There are options here, but we could combine the 2 failures and 2 threats because theoretically Ishmael knows incredibly little about handguns, having been given one like a week ago.
Quite recently. Yeah.
Yep.
How do we feel about the gun blowing up or taking itself out of the equation? So the barrels just do that like Looney Tunes curl back and it's useless now.
Yeah, I was going to have him get some shots off at you, but I think that makes more sense. So let's go with that. So you managed to knock him down. The barrels curl upward like a blown cigar.
Cigar.
Or Elmer Fudd's rifle if you stuck a carrot in it, as is like to happen. So we'll say your gun is inoperable. I don't want to rob you of the gun though.
I'm sure I could get one from one of the many PDF corpses or something if we want. I'll just won't have one for this fight.
Sure, it likely won't be a hand cannon, but yeah, we'll just go with that. So the gun explodes in your hand, but you see one of his legs explode, and the creature falls. Unfortunately, its long arms start like arcing up and over, tosses the body up. Maybe that's the other point of disadvantage. The body hits you, so you stumble back and away as poor headless, half-eaten Jerry hits you. And it starts like long arm the ringing up. This actually works really well with where my camera is. Starts like crawling up, but it will be immobilized for this round. Cool.
Well, we've set him up for.
Tyler, you had 1 point of advantage moving forward we didn't use.
Right.
Because we forgot. Hang on to that for now. You can use that on your next action against the mutant.
Okay.
Kimbria.
Tom, what does the frenzy do? I just want to know because I've been looking at this thing. I've got friends on.
You got yeah.
I have frenzy.
It took me 20 fucking minutes to figure out what that drug does. But frenzy basically turns you into. It's similar to berserk, going into a berserker rage as a barbarian in D&D. So basically, all attacks made by a character who's frenzied add 1 success and 2 advantage. However, all attacks against them add 1 advantage. You also have to attack.
I have it as 1
nearest
success.
Creature.
But you have frenzy. She's got a drug to take that makes her frenzy.
Oh no,
so.
Tyler's correct though. So
okay.
Sorry, if you take it, you get 1 success, 2 advantage.
Enemies get 1 success against you. Like you
Yes,
really
that's
put
correct.
yourself up to take.
Okay.
And you
And
have
you
to
must
attack.
the nearest enemy.
Yeah.
You can't
Okay.
like tactically choose who to unleash this can of whoop ass on.
Imagine it as like spiking a roid rage into yourself.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah.
I will also.
I played a barbarian.
Yeah.
Like,
Mud Buggins. I'll also say, Laura, as an assassin, because you have the one that's just like the neurotoxin that's just straight up poison. You could also dose other people with your friends on if you wanted.
Okay, cool. Just all of you. Just get out of my fucking
She just
way.
pulls out an umbrella and walks by stabbing ankles. She's trying to kill
And I just walk
Castro.
out, I'm an inquisitor now.
Heretic!
Everyone's a heretic.
Yes, Mr. Sherman. Everything stinks.
Well, I've got my sniper rifle out. I'm fucking ready. So does the thing have a head?
It does.
I mean, it had a mouth.
Yeah, its
Yeah,
head
it was
has
eaten.
sunk kind of between its shoulders. So, like, super long arms, super shambly, on the ground. Its torso isn't massive, but its head has sunk kind of to here-ish.
So you can shoot it in the face and heart at the same time.
Yeah, let's
get that
do
angle
that.
right.
That's. I want to aim for the freaking
fart?
middle of the freaking head. Aim for the fart hole. Yeah.
Aim for the fart hole. So, Kimbria, this is your first honest-to-God Emperor mutant. What are you feeling as you line up this shot? This is everything you dreamed. Like, talking to assholes, not what you imagined being an Inquisitor would be.
This is like, how to describe? It's like a gleeful, triumphant, like, hatred. Hatred isn't strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm feeling,
Well,
but
it's like rapture.
It is exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the song that plays during this? In your head, obviously.
It's not even a song. It's literally like it's it's just like shrieks of like
Is it like a chorus? Is it?
it's like a chorus of like people like shrieking encouragement and like this
So
is
it's like you're running the Boston Marathon and people are just like, you got this is great!
yeah, but it's much more like frenetic than that.
So it's like void-born scrap language through speakers
Yeah.
in like the void arena.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you know that Star Trek Next Generation episode where I think is it the Tellarites
Yeah.
or something, and they find there's like a human kid along them, Jonah,
Oh yeah, Jonah.
and then like Picard walks into like his quarters and it's just playing this like crazy music that's like not music to normal human ears.
Except for Skrillex.
Yes.
It's music to him.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yep.
It's like that.
So like
Dubstep.
weird.
Very specific reference.
It's dubstep.
I'm picking up what you're putting in. But like dubstep through a
Bangarang.
broken speaker.
Yeah, with shrieks.
Yeah. So
Bangarang.
Screamo meets dubstep. Scream stick. Or Dubmo. Dubmo is
Dubmo.
probably the better way to go. All right, cool.
Dub
so
Mo or Mo Dub, am I right?
Mo Dub Mo problems. Yeah.
I'm
so
glad we got there.
you sight down the gun, feeling just complete and utter, like vaguely orgasmic rapture as you get a chance to kill a mutant.
Yes.
Guys, are we just playing X-Men villains?
Oh,
Are we all Senator Kelly?
just brings me back
Oh
to
my
the
God,
German
I like-
assassin hair trigger.
I had a moment because I've been like I've been reading Xenos for like the past couple days. One of the novels.
Yep.
Nerd.
Yeah, no, and it's like as soon as like what's it, Eisenhorn like picks up the the necro tick or how you pronounce it, and it's like I'm just like I had that moment like oh my god, oh meet the baddies.
The term space Nazis gets applied very frequently and fairly accurately to the Imperium, so like kinda.
Okay, but we did jokes for a bit. Now
Sorry.
back to the white knuckle combat to the death.
Open fire, Laura.
Alright, so I'm doing so it's a ranged heavy, so I'm doing agility as a green, right?
Ranged heavy is brawn, I think. No, it is agility.
It's agility.
Excuse me.
And
So-
then that my rank is that is yellow.
Yeah. So whichever the bigger one is, which I believe is your agility at 3, would be green, and then your rank is 2, so that's 2 yellow, 1 green.
Okay.
And then Laura, can you check your sheet for me? You might have some assassin-y stuff. I don't know if you have like kill shot or any weirdness of that sort.
Already acted, right? Really? Yeah.
No, actually, it technically hasn't taken a turn yet.
Oh, then I can use quick strike and add a blue.
Yep. I'm gonna say so based on how ranged combat works in this game, you're going to take 1 black for shooting at a prone target, just because they're harder to hit because they're down.
Okay.
But as with our other pals, you are also shooting from the high ground, so I'll also give you an additional blue.
Cool.
And Tyler, you can spend your advantage to give her an additional boost if you so desire.
Sure. Let's say I don't completely suck ass with the laser pistol, and what I was doing was actually corralling it into a better shot for.
Yeah, so
being like, I don't fucking pew 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 pew.
There's a standing joke in 40K, tabletop 40K, about how useless all the las weapons are, particularly amongst people who don't play Imperial Guard, and they're referred to as flashlights a lot because they're so fucking useless in that game. Okay. So I think instead you're just blasting it in the chest, and you manage to like get it to slow enough that Ishmael's able to blow off the leg. And then she's going in. And it's not that you missed. It's just that las pistols fucking blow.
Got it.
Oh, and I would say I would like to spend a story point on Kimbria's behalf to make the last green a yellow, because this is her chance to prove she deserves the title of Inquisitor.
All right.
So
I will say I am now sitting at 6 story points for me. So
Ready.
Green goes down 1, yellow goes up 1?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, is that everything?
That's it.
Okay.
I know, it's weird. So much of this game is like...
Shit, son!
Good numbers, I hope?
5 successes, 4 advantages.
Holy shit. That's maybe one of the best rolls I've seen
ever
across the Genesys system that we've played.
Yeah, sorry, 5 successes?
Yeah, because the dice rolled
and
were
4
6.
advantage.
The yellow ones can sometimes have 2.
You can pull 2. Holy
on
shit!
The side, yeah.
And not even with a triumph. That's just
2 of my yellows got 2.
Jesus Christ. All right.
That's awesome.
Deep in the horrors of the warp, the gods of chaos get shot in the head by Kimbria. We did it. You solved my Warhammer 40K puzzle. Okay, so
Die, heretics.
shit. Okay. And Laura, what's the damage on your rifle?
8. It says accurate 1. What does that mean?
I believe that means we add.
Should have added another blue.
Should have added another blue die.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. You're
It's
good.
all good.
You could roll 1 blue die.
Nothing. I did it.
Oh, okay.
I did it. Nothing from that one.
It'll make it for the black I didn't roll.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. So, with this chorus of Modub or Scream Step in your head, you finally see your chance, and even though you can't quite see its face, Ryan was oddly prophetic. You shoot straight through its body. The bullet enters its face, travels through the chest, and comes out the butt. You don't know where any of this mutant's organs are, but you do know that you shot through all of them. And as it reaches its massive arms up and starts dragging, it like pulls its head into the bullet and then just stops exactly where it is. Its arms still tensed, its muscles still tensed. And everyone is like in action poses. You know, Ishmael throws the body off, gets up, everyone's ready to rock. The mutant does not move. You ended it quite effectively. It has a high soak value and a low HP. You had points to spare. That is one dead mutant.
I kind of just put the rifle down and do like a fist pump, like down like Inquisition.
And Manx is just kind of like nodding over your shoulder, and he's like, "Damn, Inquisitors are everything the legends said they were. And everyone else is like, oh, yeah, Inquisitors. At this point, everyone's just bought in. Because also, they just watched, theoretically, your retinue drop this guy so that you could have the honor of killing it, which is perhaps the most inquisitory thing a retinue could do.
Yeah, I pull myself back to my feet with my like shitty gun and just sort of drop it. And I'm like, all right, so Manx, you got to fill out a report. That was one of your guys. He had exposure to some sort of chemical. There's been other casualties.
Manx just like puts his hand up and is like, it's all good, my Union brother. Look. And he points, and you can see the tattered gray of an Imperial Guard uniform. He's like,
oh, okay, that's
a problem for a different department, am I right?
That's an outside accident. Okay, so Raymond, you got to fill out a form. You can get it from the foreman's office. It is an accident on site, so you're going to have to deal with that. I need a new gun. Does anybody have a gun? I didn't take care of the last one so good, but I'll try to do better.
So Raymond will hand you his pistol.
Okay.
Because at this point, like, you can tell he's just, this is all a little too much for him. He's got a bit of a Saul Ty thing going, which is like, I can put up with a lot of shit, and then there just comes a point where I'm like, nah.
And then he just drinks himself into oblivion.
Yeah, Tyler, what are the last pistol stats?
I have them here. Why is this stop scrolling? Come on, baby. There we go. Lace pistol. Skill is agility. Damage is 6. Crit is 4.
Okay.
Range is medium.
Okay.
Special is accurate 1, +1 blue to aiming.
Cool. All right. I am good to go then, Tom.
Cool. So the critical rating, now that we're a little deeper into the system, is how many advantage you need to roll in order to activate the critical. And what a critical
advantage
will
is what measures critical
so
success?
You would, or a triumph. So one triumph, good to go on critical. For a las pistol, it takes 4 to get a crit. On the hand cannon, though, for instance, the crit was much higher. So
it was 2.
Yeah. So that ends up kind of being the balance on weapons and how they work. What was I going to say about las pistols? No, so if you do roll a crit, rather than dealing more damage, we actually roll on a chart, Pathfinder style, to see kind of what you damage and how.
Cool.
Okay. I do have some, I mean, maybe we'll just cross the bridge when we get to it, but I do have some kind of damage modifier on melee crits.
You do. It's horrific.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Truly horrific.
Yeah, okay.
So you're a barbarian, sir. That's how you do. Cool. So, with the mutant being dead, the sergeant goes over and kind of like checks the dog tags and is clearly just like really fucking heartbroken about this. And you get the sense he's going to be kind of useless moving forward. So he hands you the gun and he walks in and the theme from Platoon starts playing and he walks into this room that was kind of the offshoot of the tunnel. And he sees just kind of like there's essentially a stack of heads and just a bunch of dead Imperial Guard bodies that this mutant was feasting on. As you pass him, he's looking at the heads and he kind of looks back and he thinks about what the mutant said and he's like, well, it was the eyes. Just couldn't deal with the eyes. And slowly he starts dragging the bodies back up towards the entrance. And happily, I don't need to do his voice anymore. So I might be able to have enough voice to finish this game.
Yay!
So, you continue to make your way down the tunnels. And there are, again, like sort of, I'm going to call them rooms, but essentially they're small offshoots for various mining efforts and that sort of thing. Most of them are empty. You get the sense that when whatever started up, people spilled out of them. And Manx kind of confirms that. He and his team warn you, though, that one of the strongest of their sort of PDF unit is down here somewhere. Her name's Talia. She is the scariest motherfucker he's ever met. And when whatever it is that's down here got to her, she broke hard. Like her mind shattered. And he just like, you can hear the fear in his voice. And he's like, and And you know, it's tough watching a friend go through that, no matter who they are. It's worse when they're the scary, stacked motherfucker who carries your heavy bolter. So he's like, so there is a mad woman somewhere in these mines with heavy ordnance. So,
all right.
Be careful.
Yeah, that heavy bolter is going to be a problem because those are explosive rounds coming out of a cannon. Even I know about those. They tell them in the. Honestly, they had 2 of them beside the altar when I had to go to church every day in case somebody said the wrong words. So,
I will say also, Ishmael, now that you're thinking about it, those wounds upstairs are consistent with a heavy bolter spray.
And that's the big spray. Okay, we might not have like a huge monster, but we do have a heavy bolter. So, Mir, you're like a hunting type, right? You sneaky?
Let me just actually check that. Mir smiles a big toothy grin and shakes his head no.
All right. Okay. Kimbria, you sneaky there, my skinny tiny friend?
Yeah. Yes. I'm skinny and tiny.
Okay, so we might need to, shall we say, hunt the hunter here. We got a problem from an outside thing. You know, sometimes at the docks, there's people who, shall we say, scab out. You know, they put in some shifts that aren't theirs. They don't always follow the rules. So sometimes you got to take a couple of big people, or in this case, the only union members available, and go and just kind of take them out back with a stick. And, you know, it's real hard because the scabs are always extra strong because they can work 3 shifts, which most of us can't do. But that's why you got to team up on them. And then you dump them down a sluice vent, and nobody knows what happens. But all of a sudden, there's more shifts for the good boys and girls and workers who identify as they, them. It's a very functional place. Only do not say the wrong word about the Emperor, or they will shoot you with a heavy bolter from the altar. So, Kimberly, you want to lead a scary lady heavy bolter hunt?
Yes, of course.
I like this party a lot.
And let's go rip off a scab. Am I right?
So you make your way.
Tyler, you're creepy.
But also like very polite. You make your way sort of further down, and sort of the hallway comes down, and it opens up. So after walking past several rooms where there wasn't really much to see, you see there's at this point you're actually following kind of the trail of 3 of these centipedes. You've been wandering around down here for about an hour. Like this is you've gone deep into these tunnels, and then suddenly they open up, and you see these centipedes just kind of like rush out into a large space, and all of you hold. You feel kind of Manx's hand on your shoulder, and it's just like. Hey, so we're coming up on one of the processing stations. There are a number of these down here. They're normally very safe, but I don't know what's happened since. And there's kind of an unfamiliar smell in the air. What do you do?
No way to discern what that smell might be, is there?
You can roll.
I'll roll for it. See if I know.
So
well, he's. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
I think I would probably take a survival, I think, Tyler.
Okay. Cunning, so that's just 2 green. I've got a survival career path, but nothing
Yep, fair enough.
no points in it yet.
Does anybody else have survival?
Career.
I have slightly more cunning. Could I assist? Because undoubtedly during my WMIS training at the docks, I had to smell a number of chemicals so I'd know what was there because the Imperium is terrible and would definitely be like, this smell gives people weird growths that kill them.
Like, theoretically, no. But somehow, this bit that you've found makes perfect logical sense here. So yes. Yes, you can.
Yay.
So
it's horrible
should you be
because it
doing the
makes
roll, Ryan?
real world sense, and it makes 40k sense in terms of like, well, everyone dies all the time because it's a meat grinder. So
I was gonna say you do the roll, Tyler, and we'll just assume that it's both of us smelling and consulting on the answer.
yeah.
Okay.
So you get a boost dice from Ishmael's.
Okay.
Yeah, you know the wild smells. I know the dock smells.
And Tyler, I'm going to set this one at 2 purple.
Okay. Rolling. 1 success, 1 threat. I know what it is, but it's a bad smell. It's a stinky smell.
It is bad. It is fuel.
Oh shit.
One moment. There's a fancy 40k name in here somewhere. It's fuel. It's raw, unprocessed fuel. So the threat is weirdly also kind of
Probably
success.
prom. It's promethium that they use for
promethium,
flamer
yes.
that's yeah.
What that suggests to you is that any particularly laser fire in here, but also like slug rounds would be a problem. But essentially, ranged weapons in here will have a high probability of igniting
Like the atmosphere.
promethium. Yeah, because whatever has been processed has clearly been pierced.
Okay, so just fumes filling the room.
Yeah. Basically, it's a large room, high ceiling. It's clearly been bored out of the rock. Manx is able to describe it a bit. He didn't actually work in the Shatter. He was in a different mine, so before he got enlisted into the PDF. But he describes the facilities. You know those tanks in Goldeneye that are just like the big fucking floor to ceiling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like for England, James, it's those. Yeah. But if they were in the multiplayer level, the caves. So you can smell gas in the space, but there's also huge canisters of flammable liquid.
Given the nature of this, what they're mining and resources and being underground, is there any kind of emergency ventilation or anything like that for gas leaks?
I mean, we should probably ask our safety expert, but yeah, I would imagine there would be. But it's also the Imperium, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Okay.
I think I think the vent is the door you met earlier.
Oh, okay.
All right, so maybe Kimbria, you want to try to sneak through and see if there's somebody there waiting with like a heavy bolter? You could sneak back if they don't see you, or if you get stuck, you could go like, I love you, Jerry. So sorry about the eating, and then we'll know we got to save you.
Yes. And I begrudgingly sling my rifle back.
Yeah.
Also, Manx clarifies that Talia is definitely a threat, but that there are also creatures down here. Like that wasn't the only mutant. What a terrible campaign if it was.
No firearms unless absolutely necessary, and maybe let the rest of us know before you fire it.
Does anybody have a knife or something I can use for the up close? I mean, I can hit it with the shield, but I don't think I should turn on my shock hand.
I hadn't thought of that. That's a good point too. The shock hand.
I just got my whip
not,
out.
Mir's not going to give you his axe.
I don't need that. Do you know what? Maybe Mir, you just lead this on this one, and I'll just wade in from the side and do a little bumpy.
Yeah, you might have to do the Captain America kill an Ultron thing, where you just bring the rim of the shield down.
I look at my shield and I look at my right knee and I look back and forth and I go, all right, boys, it's up to you. I'm ready to go.
Great. All right. So, Mir, you're going to take the lead on this?
Sure.
Okay. So you continue down the pathway into the room, and the smell gets worse and worse, and your eyes start to water because it's a pretty big space, and it is clearly filled with the gas. Stepping into the room, it is lit by emergency lights, so it's those horrible like red circling lights. They're just kind of casting light everywhere. There's a garbled voice on a Vox being like, "Warning, gas leak detected, gas leak detected." You get the sense not much care is put into it, because if this much gas leaked, odds were everyone was dead. You can hear shuffling, and then some very quick scrabbling, but you're not sure from where.
Two-handed with the axe, it's out and at the ready to swing on any fools who come into range. And pressing onward. If I can't figure out where these things are, standing still probably isn't a good idea.
Yeah, I think we give each other that like lips thing, and then just point forwards and keep going.
Yeah.
So just so I have a clear image, Mir, you're leading the way. Ishmael, you're there with shield. Kimber, where are you?
Mira at one point. My name is Mir. I want to
I'm sorry.
remind myself of that. No, Mira is like one of my favorite characters in another video game. So I was like, yeah, I am Mira. I main Mira, but no, it's Mir.
Yeah. Like the Russian space station. Cool. So, Kimbria, are you between Mir and Ishmael?
Yeah, I would be. Yeah.
What is it's a weird question. What is the ready stance for the whip? Are you doing that thing in video games where you're like swinging it around your head, or since everyone's being stealthy, are you just kind of like holding it ready to?
Yeah, no, that's not really. There's no elegance to that, so.
Or is it the underworld where you're just like flipping the tip of it back and forth, and the prom is like a wait for?
It's like up your sleeve somehow, and you're just like, no, just trust me.
You could do
coiled it in the specific way where you can.
They do that kind of like kung fu like rope dart thing where like you've built tension across it because you've got it like wrapped around an arm or like across your back, and you're like holding the tip, and when it's time to go, you just let go with one hand, and the other hand like lashes it all out as well. So you can kind of have it coiled and ready to
if you're
go.
an idiot, it's like that towel thing you snap people with.
Yeah.
Or Robin doing his laundry in Batman Forever.
That's right. Oh man, what a pull. Jesus.
It's never far from my mind.
And it shouldn't be.
That's a good question. It's definitely like, it's pretty fucking long, so I think it has to stay coiled.
Okay.
But it's kind of like at the ready.
Is it like a quick draw thing with you where you grab it off your hip and just unleash it?
I mean,
because that's kind of cool too. Then you're like a gunslinger almost.
Yeah, like I am very quick with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then
But,
let's think of it more as, because you've established that it's like metallic.
Yeah.
Let's think of it almost like a magnetic thing where it's similar to how they describe Batman's cape working in The Dark Knight, where it's like full extension, like you can flick it out.
Yeah.
Or basically what you already did in the tent. And then after that, it's just pure like whip work. But for that initial strike, it's someone with a rifle
like
learning. I need to occasionally not fire off a loud weapon.
Yeah.
You can also use it as a pointer during meetings.
Yeah.
Synergy.
18 inches of uncut synergy.
I think I've got that spam before. Okay, Wicked. So you make your way into the room. It's very much like a back-to-back with Kimbria in the middle, kind of ready with the whip. And sure enough, Mir, you're just getting the feeling as you move deeper into this room. You're like, this is like an ambush planned by idiots. And sure enough, once you hit the middle, creatures just drop off the top of the silos. So you have 4 mutants dropping on you. All of you are very, very well prepared. So each of you gets an action before the mutants hit you. What do you do?
I want to like sweep my axe through the air, catch them out of the air, and kind of cast them aside.
Okay.
Not necessarily like all 4 of them taken care of, but
no, I understand. But I would say like 2 is a safe bet for like if you're walking kind of like this.
Yeah.
And 2 also again they're mutants, so there's a lot of them to catch.
Right. Okay.
They're kind of in all directions, but okay. Kimbria, what are you doing?
Sorry, how many were there, Tom?
4.
4. Then I want to try to ensnare one of them.
So like pull them out of the air.
But I can't. Just like pull them out and just like.
Wicked. All right.
That was like
just a full-on like PS4 Spider-Man maneuver, and I'm here for it. Ryan.
Great, because I'm like a big guy with a riot shield.
Mm-hmm.
I think his plan is to take his as a hit and then throw it onto the floor right by the PDF miner guys. So there's just like 5 dudes ready to stomp one if I can dump them.
Dig it. All right, cool. So, Ryan, I'm going to need, I think, from you a brawn and... like
melee light? Do you want it there? Or
yeah,
what do you want to do?
You're using your shield, so that's fine. So go ahead and roll that for me. I'm going to say This is a 2 purple check. I'm going to give you a boost dice for the velocity of the guy falling off the ceiling.
As this, technically my shield has deflection 1. Would that qualify for a boost dice in this case? Because I'm not trying to actually hurt him. I'm just...
Yeah, I mean, normally deflection would be about bouncing stuff back. But yeah, sure. Yeah, I'd buy that. Cool. So you go ahead with that. Kimbria, this is a melee light with agility.
Okay.
I'm going to say ensnare, probably 2 purple, but I am going to spend a story point because I realize you guys are out of story points to upgrade that, only because you're used to ensnaring people with humanoid physiology. So trying to ensnare something that has 3 arms and 4 legs is a new new interesting challenge for you. So 1 red, 1 purple, your greens, 1 boost from being ready for this. Yeah.
That you like a blue?
Yep. And 1 black from the lighting. Lighting's real bad.
Okay.
Not so bad for something falling on you, but real bad for trying to be precision-y.
Tyler, Tom? What does it mean when you have something in career?
Oh,
I think it's for leveling up purposes.
Yeah, it's for leveling up. So
okay, so that has nothing to do with the dice. That's fine.
What's weird is the way this game works is you still get XP, but you spend the XP on various things. Similar to specializing in D&D, if it's in your career path, you can spend less XP to buy those specializations.
Gotcha.
But you only get 100 out of the gate, and talents cost XP. And for you particularly, I hosed all of your XP into talents. Because as a sniper, I was like, you're real good at murder. And less good at, finagling. So
Yeah.
There we are.
I love that my sniper rifle is useless now.
I mean, you can still fire. You just have high odds of blowing up the world. Up to you.
It may be the only option left to us, depending on
It's true.
how this goes.
Also, to be clear, the rest of the mine isn't flooded with gas. It's just this chamber. So just clear this room. You'll be fine. Tyler, melee heavy, brawl. You want to get 2 people, so I'm going to say this is a 4 purple check. I'm going to upgrade 2 of those to red. So there are now... you now have all of your points back.
Oh, okay.
So
you've used all the story points?
Yeah. For some reason, because I'm using D6s, I had it at 6, so I gave myself a couple extras. So I'm actually going to downgrade... You can... 1 red, 3 purple for you.
Okay.
Yeah. I will give you... a blue for being well prepared for this.
Okay.
And then after that, it's up to you.
I'm just looking at my traits here. Kind of a cost benefit, so I'm not going to use any of my skills just now.
That makes sense.
Risk reward. So we're all rolling. Do you want to get these results one at a time, or how do you want to do this?
One at a time would be great. Ryan, no, Tyler, you go first. I feel like you were leading the way, so we'll get you first.
Okay. Yikes. 1 advantage, 3 failures.
Ooh.
Okay.
A lot of my positive dice showed up blank. Yeah.
Cool. Ryan.
2 successes, 1 threat. So, I mean, if we want... I don't know if you want to pitch or not, but I could picture a bounce that just goes 1 bit too further, and now there's just a mutant on a PDF guy. The other 4 are lined up, but he's having a bad day.
I was going to say, I think the way we'll play that is, 1 PDF guy eats it. The rest of them just, pump the remaining... Well, they can't shoot, so it's just... Yeah. But, 1 of them drops, so you're down to... we said that I think there were 5, so there's 4 left plus
Manx.
Tyler, I'll get to your thing in a minute. All right, Kimbria.
2 successes, 1 advantage.
That's
Oh,
good.
damn. Okay, so you ensnare the fuck out of that 1 mutant.
Cool.
It's actually quite nice to have extra limbs to wrap a whip around. And I'll say you deal additional damage by pulling it to the ground because it wraps up and you just force slam that guy down. So, sorry, you had 2 success?
Yep.
And what is the damage on the whip?
1.
Okay. All right, cool. So you bring your mutant down with a sickening snap, and it's still very much alive, but you can tell you kind of broke it. So you didn't pass its wound threshold, but the force of like both the whip cutting into it and the ground has really fucked this mutant up. Okay, so Tyler, you grab, you swing in a massive sweeping arc with your axe, and you catch both mutants on the blade, and with that gargantuan might that sometimes a true warrior must grab, you just hoist them with all of your might and slam them into a wall. And it's only when you hear a sound like a tea kettle that you realize that wall was one of the tanks. So I need you to roll me a
That's a really good way to play that, Tom.
Thanks, buddy. Really, really important check here. It's gonna be, I think. This game is really strange for not giving you... Oh, no, there it is. Okay, this is going to be a resilience check.
Okay. Resilience. Brawn. Okay, so 3 green.
This is going to be 5 purple. And how many failures did you have?
I had 3 failures.
Ooh. So I'm going to upgrade 3 of those to red.
Tom, how many story points do we have?
Oh, wait, I can't. I don't have any. Oh, no, sorry. I'm upgrading them to red because of your failures, not because of my dice. You have 4.
I'm asking from our side. We have 4? Hey, Tom, can we spend all 4 because I don't want to blow up?
Yes.
Yay! I would like to spend all 4 to not blow up.
Cool. Tyler, keep rolling your dice. I'm going to say you didn't spend any of your talents, so you're not in a frenzy, which would make this a lot worse. So no setback dice from that. Don't think you get any boost dice. So yeah.
So what is the story points doing? Is it not having an effect on this thing? You're going to storyboard?
It's not having an effect on what you're rolling right now. It's having an effect on the room.
Okay. Okay. There's no way this doesn't come out badly, but let's roll. 1 advantage, 2 failures. Honestly,
that's not nearly as bad as I expected.
On 3 green, I rolled 4 successes and 1 advantage, and then I rolled 6 failures. So it just happened to work out. So the total 1 advantage, 2 failures.
Okay. So here's what happens. The tank explodes. But as it does so, you make yourself as big as you can, and you grab both bodies and hold them up. Ishmael, you throw up your shield. Almost by instinct, Kimbria, you drop behind it. The tank ruptures, and for a moment, the room is just lit up with flame. You hear the screams of the PDF troops as they leap for the exit, and luckily, just by the grace of the God Emperor himself, the other tanks don't blow. The air around you is fire for a moment, but through a confluence of mutants and story points and remarkably good rolling, everyone is left standing. You're now down to Manx and 2 other guys. There's a lady and a dude who are kind of over his shoulder who managed to get far enough back. Tyler, you're going to lose half of your wounds and half of your strain.
Okay.
But Kimbria and Ishmael are otherwise unaffected.
Whoop.
after like the smoke clears, Mir is like lying on his back, his two long forearms kind of at his side, just rising up into the air, and you just hear like through like sickly coughs, like a smoky like as he gets up, kind of choking out a laugh, dusts himself off and picks up his axe.
Yeah, I feel like as you do so, you just like snap, like they're the fucking like hounds of Gozer. You just snap broken pieces off both charred mutants.
Yeah,
it's like drop them in your pouch for trophies later.
Yeah,
Manx just kind of like crawls forward and he looks at, you know, the charred bodies of his pals, and he sighs with the weight of a true manager on his shoulders, and just says, "It's gonna be a lot of paperwork." All right, onward. Ishmael, can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yes, I can. What am I going up against here, Tom?
2 purple, please.
2 advantage.
Okay. Something about this whole situation doesn't quite sit well with you. However, you're uncertain whether it's the fact that the room didn't just explode or if it's something else.
There's a whole lot of stuff going on right now that I don't like about this. Maybe splody situation doesn't really make sense from an OSHA perspective. Also, something else is weird. I think we just shouldn't stand near explosives right now.
Maybe
Manx
is like, moving. He's like, all of these chambers are built into a dip. If we move past this, the gas will stay down here. Well, not that that's really a threat anymore, but I
don't want to be here either. I'm with you. Yeah,
we're almost to the dig site. From the sounds of things, that's where all this is originating.
All right, let's go here, Smokey Bruisey. I just gotta like help Mir for as long as he'll let me through the room.
Yeah,
cool.
He'll take the hand to like help him get up, and then he's he'll like crane his neck a little too far, and hear like a sickly crack, and he'll go and he'll like start walking.
Okay, great. So you make your way sort of up and out of the chamber mercifully, and you continue down the corridor. I assume you're kind of in the same marching order. Is Mir still up front?
Sure.
Cool.
We can't stop him.
Can't stop, won't stop. So yeah, Mir, you're leading the way. You turn a corner, and I need you to please roll me either an agility save, which is just pure agility, or a resilience check. I will warn you, there is more threat to the resilience than the agility.
Can I ask, am I being attacked, or have I tripped a trap?
You've turned a corner, and an exploding bullet is headed toward you.
I am fearsome. Enemies have to pass 1 fear check. Oh, in close combat, never mind. If it's a bullet, it's probably not close.
No, but you know what? I will give this also, given that you're currently smoking, like you've just walked out of
hell,
the apocalypse. So no, I'll grant you that. I think that makes sense. Less so in terms of like, oh no, I'm terrified because I'm up close, and more just like, what am I shooting at? Holy shit. Particularly if someone is terrified of all the things that are going on and possibly insane. So, okay, so I got to roll a fear check then. Don't mind me.
Should I gear up? I'm going to gear up for an agility check then.
Yes, please.
Wise, yeah, okay. Straight agility, so just 2 green.
And I'll say it's 2 purple because you're fairly aware of this. I'm going to upgrade one of those to a red because I feel like you guys should have some story points for this room.
So Tyler, if you die, just know it was so we could have story points.
You currently have 1.
Hey,
Yay! We will use that.
It's a test game, right? Fuck me up, fam. I'm ready to go.
Nice.
And
go into
Tyler,
that
what level check do I need to pass on fear?
Looks like fear 1.
Okay.
Let me just double check. Pass 1 fear check is all it's saying. So I'm assuming.
Okay. I'm going to set that at average,
Okay.
just because that seems fair. No. Okay, so, Tyler, it's going to be 1 purple, 1 red, but I'm also going to give you 2 blue because I failed by 2.
Okay. One success, 2 threats.
Okay. So you dodge out of the way of the shot. But because of the 2 threat, you like dodge out of the way, but rather than dodging back into cover, you dodge out into the space.
Oh, okay.
So you see, you're kind of in what seems to be a junction room. So there's tracks on the ground where carts clearly come and go. And at the far end, there are a couple of overturned carts with a lady who you immediately know is Talia, with a heavy bolter on a tripod, just like screaming incomprehensibly, being like, "No, you can't, and firing heavy bolts. Now, the nice thing about a heavy bolter is it's so big that for a human to use it, it's a pain in the ass. Like it's not like you can't carry it around. It's very much like a crank weapon almost. Unless you're a space marine, in which case, like, whatever, just carry that shit around. So she's having trouble tracking with it. You get the sense that this is good against a bunch of people. It's pretty shit against one. However, you are now exposed. Manx is like, fuck. There she is. We gotta kill her. I'm sorry, there's nothing else we can do. We gotta take her out. Or she'll kill us. What do you guys do?
I think Ishmael would just yell, "Scab hunters!" And then he would just book it around the corner, but head the opposite way from Mir, knowing that she would have to like choose a target. Shield up, but just booking it the opposite way.
I think based on the fact that she's been tracking Mir and missing, you can get out. Again, like, heavy bolter is a fucking, like, you don't want to get hit by it, but it's not a rapid fire. It's like a doof, 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 doof kind of thing. So yeah, you see her like swing it wildly, and just like chunks of wall are being blown off. But yeah, you're able to get into the room. And yeah, she's like swings it back around at Mir. Kimbria, what do you do?
I will want to. I think so for using talents, I just like use them.
Yep.
Like there's nothing. Okay.
They should all say kind of if there's a cost, but for a lot of them, it's like if the circumstance is correct, then you just get the bonus.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm gonna use like hard target on this. So so I can move twice on a turn.
Sure.
And so the range attacks increase difficulty by 1. Just so you know. So I mean, I want to try to kind of zigzag close to her and just like fucking whip her wrist away.
Okay, so you're trying to take control of the gun?
Yeah.
Can I propose then that maybe, no, the whip's pretty good. Okay, sure. So go ahead with that.
Right.
So you're going to sprint through the room, get double move, and shots against you are at disadvantage. Is that correct?
Range attacks increase difficulty by 1.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay.
I think we'll say it's a very, it's a hard target, so, just getting a wrist. So we'll say 4 purple.
All right.
But she is shooting at Mir, so you're not going to have to, roll for any of that. I'll give you 1 black for the zigzagging, just because I think tactically that makes sense. Even though you're not the target, you assume you could be.
Yeah.
But But I'll also give you 1 blue for the distraction provided by Ishmael, also running screaming scab hunters into the room.
And then ensnare 2, that means I had 2 blue or not?
I believe that means that you do. Well, actually, I'm not sure.
If you're trying to ensnare, maybe, because a whip could just be a weapon otherwise.
Oh, yeah, that could be. Just give me
Because
1 second.
I also have stun with the whip as well.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, so stun means it also hurts their strain, which matters against like bigger enemies.
Yeah.
Ensnare. So it restrains their movements. They're ensnared for a number of rounds equal to the rating. So they'll be ensnared for 2 rounds.
Oh, fun. Okay, that's cool. I love it.
This lady's gonna die.
All right, roll in 1 success, 1 threat.
Okay. You manage to like ensnare her wrist and pull. As you do, the gun swings wildly, and Ishmael, it will fire a shot at you.
Great.
So you've got a shield up and you're running. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So my defense is 2, and I have an additional 1 deflection for the shield.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, so I rolled very badly. That is ugly bad. Okay, so I had 1 failure and 3 threat. So I'm gonna say the gun spins wildly. A bolt just like explodes above your head. 1 blasts off the shield. As it does so, it cranks you around and actually lets you line up a pretty solid shot on her.
Okay, cool.
So
right.
Go ahead. I'm basically granting you secret turn.
Cool.
And she's just screaming like, can't have, can't take.
All right, what's the difficulty on this one, Tom?
Given that this is a reaction, not a proper action, I'm going to say it's 4.
Okay.
I'm going to upgrade 1 to a red. So you now have 2 story points available to you.
Great. If it's accurate, then I add 1 blue because it's accurate. And then I've got my base score.
I'll also give you an additional blue because Kimbria is like literally like pulling her
Wide open. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens. The end result is just a single failure.
Okay, so yeah, you take the shot and you miss. You're expecting the kick of the hand cannon, but instead it's a flashlight. So, it's like how people talk about lightsabers not having any weight. You're just like, click, and...
I go wide. I'm timing it for hand cannon weight.
Weirdly, it would have been a perfect shot, but there's no weight to this or the bullets. So the shot goes wide, but you're fine. Which brings us to the top of the round, Mir. She is ensnared, clearly very exposed. You see a las gun shot go wide. What do you do?
I think because she's ensnared, I'm going to get a little reckless. It seems like she's exposed and that I can kind of make the most of that. So I think Mir... just from previous experience, knows that like if you get caught out of cover, a true warrior runs at the shooter instead of running into cover. So I'm going to frenzy and perform an all-out attack.
Oh!
Wow.
Fuck! All right.
Just running like low with like the axe held out like wide. He is just sprinting at her and cackling.
Okay,
let's
I'm gonna make
stack these
this
dice up.
Yeah, man. Okay, so I'm gonna say it's 2 purple. You get a blue for her being restrained by Kimbria. Yeah, I think that's it from my end.
Okay, so let me just tabulate this really quick. 2 yellow, 1 green. And then for these extras, all-out attack, add up to 2 blue. So I'll take 2. So that's 3 blue now. And Frenzy, just automatically 1 success and 2 advantage on a melee. Enemies add 1 success, must attack nearest enemy. So that's what I'm doing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here, 1 success, 1 advantage. So total 2 successes, 3 advantage.
Yep.
Let me just tell you, I'm having a tough time tonight. Of my 3 blue dice, 2 of them are blank. Of my my green dice is blank. They just can't seem to.
Aw.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, as
Was
you
it
run,
enough?
she cranks the gun around, and like as desperately she can, and you just put 1 foot on the barrel, press it into the ground. You run up the gun, and just leap like you're fucking McConaughey in Rain of Fire, and you just drop the axe directly into her chest. And as she sort of like falls backward, her wrist being snapped off by the whip, you land on her and like pull the axe up and are ready to strike again. But you can see it's done, but you're kind of in a frenzy, so I think it's another solid thwack. That said, she is kind of built like The Rock, so it's also one of those situations where it's like, I think you're dead. Be sure.
No. Yeah, it's not that nervous energy though. It's I can't remember the name of the song. It was like da 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 da, just
Right.
over and over again, just fully
and
chipping away at her.
and basically, I think everyone kind of gives you some space as they start to move into the final chamber to like deal with the fucking like magic cursed item that's driven everyone mad. And Kimbria and Ishmael, I assume you kind of give him his room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's doing his thing. I'm proud of him. I mean, it's good dark side stuff right there. You know, that'll show that scab. You're doing great, Manx.
Yeah.
Our union's helping yours. You know,
Manx just like full on thumbs up, and he's like, absolutely, that's some solid work. And Manx and Kimbria and Ishmael, along with the 2 remaining PDF troops, make your way into the chamber as dear sweet maniac Mir just hacks
Over and over and over again.
You walk in and you find a dig site, and kind of to your surprise, there's a ring of corpses around this sort of pinkish glow in the center of the room. This is clearly an excavation. This is kind of the end of a tunnel. You can see a big like laser bore drill that's inactive. But you also see a couple of smaller drills, and someone has clearly carved a pedestal for this thing. And it's a small, oddly shaped, in a weird way, kind of beautiful and tranquilly pink stone that just seems to almost be pulsing with light. And as you walk in, your vision begins to blur and warp. And I'm going to need some checks from you guys.
Make sure I'm not here yet, right?
You are, yeah. Mir, you're clear.
Yeah.
But from the people in the room... Sorry, one moment. That's what I get from not actually flipping through the module pages at all as we went.
This is all top of the dome, Tom. It's even more impressive.
It's a combination.
You're forgiven for trying to look for a page.
All right, here we go. Cool. All right, so what I'm going to need from y'all is... I need... Yeah. We're going to go with willpower and resilience. Or vigilance.
Alrighty. What are we going up against, Tom?
You are, well, neither of you are really prepared for the horrors of the warp, so let's say 4 purple. I'm gonna give you each 1 blue because you have like you came prepared for madness down here somewhere.
Yeah.
I think that's it from my end.
Here's a question, Tom. This is a debatable one, so I leave this up to your choice. But knowing that my disorienting voice and knowing that I am a religious guy who had to go to church for an hour a day when we're facing the final evil, would there be any effect if I entered singing a hymn to the Emperor?
I'd give you a blue. I don't know that it actually has any effect, but it sure does make you feel better.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I don't know if it would affect anyone with me, but I know I'm feeling more pious, and I hate scabs.
Okay, it won't, but I will give Kimbria 1 blue as well, because you've established that you're a zealot. So I feel like if you saw like the horrors of the warp, you'd just be like, "Go fuck yourself! The Emperor's coming for you!" Like he's like, "The Emperor is good; he will save me," and you're like, "The Emperor, my dad will beat up your dad." So
Let's see whose dad wins the fight.
Cool.
Yeah. Wait, whose dad were you talking about?
Oh, the Emperor. The Emperor beating up the Chaos dad.
Oh.
So go ahead and roll those. Sorry, Laura,
So
go
it's
ahead.
willpower and then what?
You can either take vigilance or resilience.
Oh yeah, they're both shit for me. Okay.
Cool. So you guys go ahead and roll, please. As you do, Tyler, Mir brings the axe down, and Talia manages to like get her remaining hand up in the way of it. You fucking hack through that. And then with kind of what's left of that hand, she actually manages to grab your face with like a finger and a thumb. Or I guess we'll say like you're wearing like a necklace full of trophies. She grabs that, pulls you like close to her, and she just says, "Don't let him get it." And then she dies.
Oh, I was going to say I sink my teeth into her throat.
Oh, great. Yeah, cool. Then she dies.
Yeah, okay.
So you tear out her throat, and she collapses backward. Here's the question. Do you like chew and swallow, or do you spit it out?
I spit it out.
Cool.
Yeah. She's tainted meat.
So you stand up,
Tainted by the
you kind of like roll your shoulders. Ash comes off them because you're still charred.
Yeah, cracked skin, just nasty.
Yeah, and then you turn to see Kimbria and Ishmael face the horrors of the warp. My friends, what did you roll?
1 success and 4 threat.
And I rolled 1 failure and 1 advantage.
Success and 4 threat?
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah, okay,
that
cool.
was
This all
rough.
works. So,
A lot of double threats there.
Yeah.
Ryan, you don't have any other dice on you, eh? I can just roll for you.
What do you mean?
I have a chart I need to roll on, and because it's from the old edition,
Oh, yeah, I can roll on
need, like,
whatever.
a
What do you need?
D6. Can you please roll me a D6 twice, and then pick the lowest?
Memento. Pick the lowest?
Yes, please.
2.
Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Great. So a bunch of things happen all at once. Kimbria, you feel a force inside your head, like something's trying to force its way into your mind and your body, and it's to you, I think, what vacuum would feel like, which is, of course, the greatest fear of anyone born in space. And you feel it internally. And it's less that you have particular resolve or faith or anything else in the Emperor, and more so just that, no one has said, "Congratulations, you're an Inquisitor" yet. and that's worth living for. So
Totally.
with that burning at your very core, you just kind of snarl and shake it off. And as you do, you look to your right and you see Ishmael, who is looking down at his shield and his shock glove with a kind of like odd bemusement. As his fingers begin to break out of the glove and grow and stretch, and it goes from being a glove to like a fingerless glove to like a cool cuff, and the riot shield goes from being something that can cover his whole body to seeming almost like a buckler as his arms grow thicker and his shoulders grow thick and his chest begins to grow. His head starts to shrink into it, and he begins to laugh with kind of a vaguely delirious glee. Ryan, on your mutation chart, you rolled brute, which means your brawn goes up to 6.
Oh, wow.
But
Yikes.
your intellect, presence, and cunning drop to 0. Not unlike the
Fucking
transformation that occurs in the cinematic classic Super Mario Brothers to the Koopas. Your head gets real small, your body gets real big. However, with your advantage, I think you retain consciousness through it. You just shift closer to our buddy Adrian Diesel as you go. But here's my question for you, Kimbria, and actually Mir to some extent. Now he's a mutant.
I'll tell you right now, Mutant Hater has another side to it. Hatred mutants. Add a blue to attacks against. Must pass average cool to flee or surrender. So I'm pretty sure I'm compelled to attack mutants.
You are.
We also had a conversation about this in game of like, if you see the eyes, I'll kill you. Don't worry, I got you. And I have a feeling growing into the
That's the
Incredible
eyes.
Hulk is clear enough sign that to Mir that's like, oh, okay, Ishmael's gone. I have to kill this
Cool. So is it with laughter that you charge him?
thing. No, I don't relish in this yet. But if he puts up a good enough fight, if it's a good fight, then then the dopamine like kicks in of like, oh yeah, okay, you're going to go down fighting. I'll give you a fight.
Cool. Ishmael, you hear the sound of like racing footsteps behind you and turn to see Mir rushing at you with an axe. Also, how are you doing, bud? How's this all affecting you?
So I know that I'm bigger and I'm stronger, but I'm also dumber. So I'm stupid. And I'm like, the Emperor made me strong to smash the box. Let's do it. And then instead of even facing down Mir, I just turn to go try to smash this square with my shield.
Okay,
Hey!
amazing. So, as I said, a bunch of things happening all at once. So Mir raises the axe, starts running. You turn, you look at the smashy box. Time to smash that box.
I'm drawing out my rifle,
Yeah. So
but then I kind of stop as I see him smashing. I'm like, this
well,
can wait.
he hasn't smashed yet. Like this is literally
Yeah.
like if all this is happening concurrently, it's like
Yeah.
Horrors of the Warp. Oh no, he's transforming. Well, fuck it. You see him like start to raise the shield and rush at it as you pull the rifle. But Laura, you did roll a lot of threat.
Yeah.
And as a result, but you also got a success, so you didn't get consumed by the Horrors of the Warp. But I will say you do at least get to hear Manx say, I'm just so glad you guys are here. This is really going to complete it for them. And that's when he pulls the trigger. So Laura, you are being shot in the head by Manx. I need you to roll a resilience check, please.
Jesus Christ. Literally just roll a straight brawn.
Apparently. Difficulty of 4, which is how many failures you had. Or threat you had, rather.
Threats. I'm fucking toast, guys.
you hear it, you turn.
Got some story points.
You can see that Manx actually isn't holding a gun with his two hands. He's kind of got them out.
Yeah.
It's the hand that's coming out of his chest with the gun that is the problem. And you can see the other two PDF soldiers just start screaming in tongues, and they begin to slit their wrists. So go ahead and roll them bones. You have available to you right now 2 story points.
Use them!
I would like to use them.
All right.
So what does that do?
So that will
Remind me?
upgrade your green to yellow.
Well, I only have 1 green.
So then the way we've been playing this is it'll upgrade 1 green to a yellow, and I'll add you 1 green.
1 green. Okay. All right. Roll.
And beyond that, I don't really know if there's any boost dice for this. I'm going to give you 1 setback because you're actually distracted by the idea of shooting this box and ending all of this.
Okay.
Ryan,
so
what
what's
were you
that?
gonna
What's
propose?
setback?
1 black.
Oh, I was just gonna say, should we add defense or any of those as possible boost?
Laura, do you have defense? I know you've got soak. I don't know that you have defense.
No, I
Or
have none.
chainmail, no. Also, this is a point blank betrayal
Nope,
shot.
I'm good.
But yeah, good call, Ryan. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so go ahead and roll that and then just sit on the result for a second. Okay, so Ryan, go ahead and roll to attack the... Oh, man. Laura's feeling some feels. Ryan, please roll it to attack the box. I'm going to make this a difficult attack, not in that it's hard to hit a stationary object, but in that there's a wall of screaming faces of warp ether around it.
Yep.
So this is going to be a 4 purple. You are
Great.
out of story points, but it is a skill you're proficient in, I believe.
Correct. I also have 6 brawn. Very strong. Strong boy. Does it affect my wounds that I'm giant now, or do I have the same wounds?
Same wounds, I think.
Cool. Alrighty, let's...
Your arms got big, your skin didn't get tough.
That makes sense. 3 successes, 1 threat.
Great. Tyler, go ahead and roll your attack against Ishmael, please. So I'm going to say this is a 2 purple because his back is turned, he's doing something else, and he's massive.
Okay.
I'm going to add 1 black for the horror of what's going on in the room, but you're also frenzied, so meh.
Oh, I have 2 defense. If that
yep.
matters. Yeah.
So add 2 more black, please.
Total of 3 black.
Yeah, and then add your frenzy and your...
And my all-out attack. Okay.
Don't forget your hatred.
I've got my hatred on there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then hang on to that for me.
Yep.
Laura, what did you roll?
1 failure and 3 threat.
Cool.
I've been, yeah.
Damn. That's bad news all around.
Okay, Tyler, go ahead and roll.
One green dice, 2 yellows, 3 blues. It's a wash. Against 3 black and 2 purple. But I add 1 success and 2 advantage, thanks to Frenzy.
All right.
Christ. Thank God for Frenzy, because these dice aren't doing me any favors.
Okay, so... Wow. Okay. A bunch of things, again, where everything's happening concurrently. This is a weird montage at the end of a Guy Ritchie movie. Ryan, you swing hard. You smash through the stone. As you do so, you can see for just a split second a creature with thousands of eyes and multiple arms starting to reach upward. And as you smash it, you actually hear a sickening and a multi-clawed hand that kind of defies physics is severed and falls out of it to the ground, where it begins to hiss and to mortal ears almost scream, but to your mutated ears just kind of be like, ow, hey, what, ow, no, why? But the stone shatters, and immediately the screaming voices stop. And you just hear Manx yell, "Why? We were so close!" But as he does that, he pulls the trigger, and Kimbria's head explodes. As her body slumps to its knees, the other two PDF soldiers scream in fury and start to rush towards you, and then collapse because they'd already attempted to ritual suicide to make this work. Manx is shocked. Like, he's just standing there holding his gun, not knowing what the fuck to do. And Mir, you hate mutants. They don't work. They don't make sense. You bring your axe down towards your friend. But at the last second, you hear the gunshot, and out of the corner of your eye, you see Kimbria's head explode. And in that slight moment of hesitation, Ishmael turns. Do you say anything to him, or do you attack him? Or do you do nothing?
I attack him.
Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm looking at Ryan. Again, I'm so sorry.
I see the axe coming at me, and I've turned to see it, and I'm like, "You got corrupted!" And I immediately think he's been turned by the box.
All right, so your shock glove is basically now like an Iron Man gauntlet. What do you do?
I go for it, man. Kimbria is dead. I gotta blast him.
You reach out and grab Mir's face. What is the effect on your shock glove, sir?
Okay, it has disorient.
Yeah.
It has 12 damage to the unsuspecting if they fail vigilance. Otherwise, it's damage to crit 5.
So, Tyler.
Yeah. Do you want to just say it kills me for?
Well, no. Are you?
Stuff, or?
No. What I'm curious about is, so you've just seen Kimbria get shot in the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just said that you would still go, like, the mutant hatred overrides everything and you're frenzied, right?
I have to attack the nearest enemy. It has to be Ishmael. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just puts that guy next on my list. That's all it is.
I got you.
Okay, yeah, you're next.
Okay, so Ishmael reaches out. As you swing down again, he just literally grabs your face, and a pulse rushes through it, and it explodes into a fistful of sharpened teeth, which embed themselves in the shock glove and Ishmael's hand. And Mir, your body, we're doing a lot of head exploding tonight. Your body falls away. Ishmael, you see Manx, who is just screaming now about the years wasted and the corruption and the all the Dark One's plans have gone to waste. And he just starts, like, he points at you, he's like, "You!" And he just starts, like, offloading the las pistol at you. But you're a little too big for that now, and you begin stalking towards him. What do you do?
I think I just yell the word "scab," and then I want to grab him by the legs and by the head, and then I just want to basically break him over me into 2 pieces.
Nice.
And then, Tom, if you'll indulge me, because I think everyone's dead now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has the moment of, like, looking around the room. And then, even though he's stupid, he looks and he sees that Kimbria is dead. And then he looks over and he sees Mir, and his hand hurts. And he realizes the teeth are in his hand. And then he realizes that there are mutants, and he sees his hand for the first time, and it's too big. And he realizes with horror what's happened. And he's having flashbacks to his mom saying that all he'd ever do is hurt people. And he realizes that he created a demon, and then he realizes that he is a mutant. And just, like, despite the fact that he's stupid, his brain kind of breaks but goes on autopilot, and he just picks up Kimbria's body, and then he reaches over and he picks up Mir's body, and then he just kind of walks through the rooms, with them kind of getting dragged behind him to the
Like
room
the
with
Hulk
the
theme playing, like
with the Hulk theme
Ferrigno
playing.
movie.
And then he goes into the room with the Prometheum tanks, and he lays the bodies down, and he says, "You said you'd kill me. I name you Quisitor. Burn the mutant." And he punches through 2 prom tanks and just incinerates himself and all of their bodies.
So when the Imperial records talk about the incident on Spherus Secundus, they talk about a few things. They talk about the legendary Inquisitor Cimbria, an angel of darkness who moves throughout the shadows of the Imperium. No one knows when she'll strike or from where. No one in the Imperium, and if you were to dive deep enough into the records, truly knows who authorized her, but that actually makes her scarier and more potent. And in a way, she becomes a bit of a cautionary legend to upstarts throughout the ranks. Young Imperial Guardsmen signing up for the first time are always told that you must follow your commissar or Cimbria might come in the night. When the mine reopens, after yet another corporation lands on planet and sets up a mine, this time the Inquisition truly and 100% assures them that the chaos threat began long ago by the Brotherhood of Malice that they promised to stomp out, and did, they thought. They didn't. Is now really, truly 100% for realsies gone.
Just one of those skulls like, for realsies gone.
For realsies gone.
It's the same skull. It's the only survivor of this mission.
That said, again, if depending on your clearance level, you might be able to find records of how the coward Nihilus was executed for treason for his complete and utter failure to contain a chaos threat or to report it, and the sudden and rather dramatic instatement of Commissar Venetus, who surely was training off-world at some point, because battlefield promotions are truly few and far between. As to the mine itself, a number of new regulations were brought into place. The safety guides were updated largely so that large tanks of explosive fuel would no longer be closely grouped in a small subterranean chamber. All it took was one proper safety-trained person to walk through and sort a lot of that out. And Jimson, the new foreman, having previously served as a soldier nearby guarding it, made sure that was the first thing he did. He died a week later because he wasn't good at his job, but damn it, he instituted some good shit. There's also a new name for the now cursed closed mineshaft. The door still stenciled with the number 12 and with the words shatter, but now ringed with mysterious teeth that no one can quite place, each of which is sharp and a threat to miners to stay out of places they should not be. Someone, somewhere, at some point, added the extra words and the extra letters to make it read Shattered Hope. And they say that if you listen real hard against the door of Shattered Hope, you can still hear a voice echoing throughout the chambers, yelling, "Scabs." But of course, all of that is hearsay. The God Emperor would never allow such things as ghosts, right?
Our Warhammer 40K Dark Genesys adventure features our GM Tom McGee at McGeeTD on Twitter, players Ryan LaPlante at the Ryan LaPlante on Twitter, Tyler Hewitt at Tyler_Hewitt on Twitter, and Laura Elizabeth at EL Hamstring on Twitter. This episode was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is by Decapitated Markers at Decapitated Marker, that's MRKR on Twitter. This show's theme music is Gothic Trip with Thunder Horse by Damiano Baldoni, and our ads use the tracks No Control and Chiefs by Jazzar, JAHZZAR, all available at freemusicarchive.org. When it comes to Dum Dums and Dice, you can visit our website at dumdumdice.com, our Twitter and Instagram at dumdumdice, or on Facebook at facebook.com/dumdumdice. But most importantly, we've got merchandise at redbubble.com/people/dumdumdice, or you could join our Patreon at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks for listening. Smash that subscribe button and show your love to One Shots. DJ One Shots out of here. Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Joshua White, Olin Anderson, Sue One, Devin Boyce, George Dolby, One True Artistry, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.